My bad. I'm late as usual. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I need to get situated. All right. Got home a little late, so I had to rush. I don't have nothing set up I want to set up. How the hell? Oh, okay. That's how I do that. I go here. More. How do I go to my saved? Oh, here we go. Okay, history, bookmarks, show bookmarks bar, mobile bookmarks. Here we go. Dude, I know I just. Yeah, but it should be on here too. It should have what I saved. Alright. It didn't even save it. Oh, here, wait. No, that's the Black Law Dictionary. That's crazy, man. It didn't even save the website I had. It's alright. I got it right here. I'll save it here because it's brought up so much, man, and people keep getting dinged in their heads. Peace, Kimba, if you're still here. And truthfully, I'm sick and tired of it myself. I think this copyright. After the other day, me looking in the copyright and seeing that they copyrighted me a few times with names that don't even align with stuff, I think they're just taking whatever they can. And, it's not all the time, but sometimes it's throwing that copyright around. And plenty of people have gotten dinged for it. So me and Paula was talking about it yesterday. And I figured, you know what, I'm going to do a little bit on. Because I found another article in Kansas. They raided the police raided a newspaper agency. I don't know if it's huge or not. It was in Kansas. I got to pull the article up. For something that he had said in a newspaper, like, the truth hurts that bad? Are you gonna raid an old man's newspaper? He must have said some stuff that'll open people's eyes. My cat. My other cat. All right. Copyright law of the United States, Title 17, and related laws contained in Title 17. They're probably going to show cases that relate to this. They always do. They'd be like, John versus the state of New York. And it'd be this long case attained to the law attached to it. Damn, they got the Copyright Act of 76, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of 1998, the Copyright Royalty and Distribution Reform. Oh my God. The more laws they make off of something, it's for a reason, man. I just think it's like you can bear arms, but if you are disabled, you can't. And if you are it's like, what's the point of having the fucking law then? Or so-called rights. It's a joke. If you're a felon for stealing 60 cases of bubble gum, you can't carry a firearm. Like, that shit's ridiculous, man. Well, this publication contains the text of Title 17 of the United States Code, including all amendments and enacted by Congress through December 23rd, 2022. It includes the Copyright Act of 76 and all subsequent amendments to copyright law, the Semiconductor Chip Protection Act of 1984 as amended, and the Vessel Hull Design Protection Act as amended. The Copyright Office is responsible for registering intellectual property claims under all three. The United States copyright law is contained in Chapter 1 through 8 and 10 through 12 of Title 17 of the United States Code. The Copyright Act of 76, which proves the basic framework for the current copyright law, was enacted on October 19, 1976 as Public L number 94-553/90 Statute 2541. The 1976 Act was a comprehensive revision of the copyright law in Title 17. Listed below in chronological order of their enactment are the Copyright Act of 1976 and subsequent amendments to Title 17. I think that's the one we want. It's the 76 one, but more or less the 80, what year was it? 84. We're going to need that too. This edition adds 2 pieces of copyright legislation enacted since the last printed edition of the circular in May 2021. All right. Wow. So where do I start here? Amendments to right here. Preface. Infringements and remedies. Scope. Subject. See, they gotta always divide this shit, man. Just put it. I just want the damn law. That's all I want. Let's see what this is. I just read this. It's not what we want. No. Wow. This is going to be centuries long. I didn't realize that. I just wanted the law. Maybe that is the law. Matter and scope of copyright. I was just here. Doo, doo, doo. Here we go. We'll do this. We'll try Spikipedia. That didn't sound right. I don't trust Wikipedia. They'll probably take stuff out, but we'll give it a shot. I just wanted the copyright law and bit law. What's bit law? We'll find out. They couldn't make it simple, or they just put the law. They got to put all the. I didn't. Maybe all that other stuff does obtain to the law, but if that's the case, man, they can't make it simple. Copyright law in the United States is governed by federal statute, namely the Copyright Act of '76. The Copyright Act prevents the unauthorized copying of work of authorship. However, only the copying of the work is prohibited. Anyone may copy the ideas contained within a work. For example, a copyright could cover a written description of a machine, but the actual machine itself is not covered. Thus, no one could copy the written description, while anyone could use a description to build the described machine. Copyrights can be registered in the Copyright Office in the Library of Congress, but newly created work do not need to be registered. In fact, it is no longer necessary to even place a copyright notice on a work for it to be protected by copyright law. However, the Copyright Act does provide additional benefits in those who register with the Copyright Office. Consequently, copyright registration and use of a copyright notice is recommended. Of course it is. Why would you not want to do that? Okay. Obtaining copyright. Nope. Works unprotected by copyright law. Fair use. Here we go. Peace, Candy. I don't know if Kimba's in here, but you were there. That was you, Candy, when Kimba went live. Somebody was in there with me. Peace, Marcel. I can't see the chat. I will be dropping the link after I go over some of this stuff, because I think this is a must to go over this. The exclusive rights granted by the Copyright Act are limited by several statutory and constitutional limitations on copyright law. The most well-known of these limitations is fair use. However, the copyright statute itself sets forth over 10 separate limitations on copyright law. Of course it does. Because of the limited applicability of some of these limitations, the discussion on copyright limitations in BIT law has been limited to the following 3 topics. That looks like 5. The doctrine of fair use developed over the years as courts tried to balance the rights of copyright owners with society's interest in allowing copying in certain limited circumstances. This doctrine has at its core a fundamental belief that not all copying should be banned, particularly in socially important endeavors such as criticism, news reporting, teaching, and research. Let's repeat that again. Particularly, it says, this doctrine has at its core a fundamental belief. Oh, okay. So they're saying that people believe copying should be banned. I mean, not all copying should be banned. Particularly, I agree. Although the doctrine of fair use was originally created by the judiciary, it is now set forth in the Copyright Act. Under the Act, 4 factors are to be considered in order to determine whether a specific action is to be considered a fair use. These factors are as follows: the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of commercial nature or is for non-profit educational purposes. Well, that's what all mine's for. Non-profit educational purposes. The nature of the copyright work. Okay. The amount and substantially of the portion used in relation to the copyright work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyright work. Fair use example. It can often be difficult to determine whether or not a particular use is a fair use. The 4 factors described in the statute often lead to conflicting results. This is best seen in analyzing an example fair use situation. The quotation of short passages from a novel in the negative newspaper review of that novel is generally considered a fair use, but an analysis of the 4 factors makes this result far from clear. Really. First factor, purpose and character of the use. In analyzing the first factor, the copying party used the quotations in a for-profit newspaper. Right, so you can't make money off of it. And therefore, the use was for commercial gain. Generally, this would mean that the first factor weighs in favor of finding no fair use. However, the fact that the purpose of the use was to review or criticize the work is fact favorable to finding a fair use. While it is not clear for examining the statute, the later fact is probably more important than the first, meaning that the first factor set forth as the Copyright Act should weigh toward a finding of fair use. I agree. If they're if they're making money off of it, that's for personal gain. But my channel is not personal gain. I don't make a cent off any of this stuff. Second factor, nature of the copyrighted work. In analyzing the second factor in our example, a novel is one of the premier examples of a work which should be protected by copyright law. As a result, the second factor weighs toward a finding of no fair use. If the novel had not yet been published, this would be even more important. It can be difficult to prove fair use in the quotation of an unpublished work. However, it is not impossible, since the unpublished status of a work is only one element in the fair use analysis. Third factor, amount and substantiality taken. I hate when they put the itty at the end of some of these words. It just don't sound right. Amount and substantiality instead of substantially, it's substantiality taken. Oops. Let's see. Renegade, peace, bro. It's good to see you here. Peace, Marcel. Did I say that already? Yeah, bro. Just Renegade, man. I would still want to do that interview, whenever you're free. I already did Dean's interview. I just have to chop it up and make a video. But yeah, give me a date and I'll write the questions up and I'll send the questions to you. And we can get that going. Because I think you have a very interesting and important story to be told. The Book of Renegade 1. And it's not for profit. I'm not making any money off of that. All right, back to this. Third factor, amount. As for the third factor, only short passages from the novel would include in the review. This generally means that the third factor is analyzed in favor of a finding of fair use. However, the quality of the portion taken is analyzed under this factor, as well as the quantity. It is possible that these short passages, are the most important part of the novel. If this were the case, this third factor might be led to a conclusion of no fair use. Fourth factor, effect on potential market for protected work. Finally, the fourth factor should be considered in our example. Courts have stated that this is the most important factor in the fair use analysis. In this case, the negative review would clearly impact the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Courts have stated that this factor is to look only at the portion taken to analyze the effect on the potential market. Are they talking about sales? And not only at any negative comments contained in the review. So, what? Damn, man. Bullshit. Fucking booted me out. I don't even know where this ended, man. So now, peace dance sandals, I got a freaking yeah, it turned off my freaking. I didn't even know I was booted out. I gotta see where this ended because this is crazy. Boots me out. My hotspot is gone. It just exits me out of there. Like what the fuck? Yeah. All right, good. All right, good. All I cared about was getting that last part in. I did. So much for sharing. I might have to spend money to get more hotspot. I'll spend $40 and the hotspot will be burned up in 3 days. That's how it always works. They want you to spend money. I've done it with gigabytes. I forgot what I spent, like $20, and I burned those gigabytes up in 8 hours. So it's a fucking joke. Pisses me off because I wanted to go over the First Amendment, which I still am, but you're just not going to be able to see it. Fires me up. Oh, Chuck's going over stream the copyright law, so let's just end it right here. Something told me to look too. Shit. I don't know what Lucid was talking about. I've been running on a dead. He said just keep it on. That don't matter. They ended it right on my stream. Imagine that. Imagine if that's all I had was a hotspot. I would be duped. Hit. That's crazy. Try it again. I don't know why. Um, here it is. Hotspot. Yeah, no internet. This is crazy, man. When I pay my bill next month, I'm going. I think it's next week or the week after. I'm going down there and having a talk. I'm not going to be lazy this time. But anyway, man, let's get on to this. Figure out. So, as I said, educational purposes, it can be used. Um, right. So they're tying in the Copyright Act of '76. They're tying in the First Amendment with it. Wow, so it says among the changes introduced in 1976 was the creation of the federal copyright protection for every work as soon as it's created. That is when it is first fixed in a tangible medium of expression. They use the word medium. It says a substantially reduced reliance on a system of formalities such as publication bearing a specific notice for copyright protection, harmonizing copyright law with free expression principles. The 1976 statute incorporated the concept of fair use for first time in such a law. Creators of work were given a non-transferable, non-waivable right to recapture their copyrights 35 years after their transfer. It says, for example, fair use provision allowed for uses of copyrighted works in news, commentary, reviews, criticism, or parody. In using the phrase works of authorship in Section 102 of the law, Congress specifically meant to protect only the precise way in which authors express their ideas, not the ideas themselves. Huh. Drop his link. Oh, that's it? Alright, hold on. If anyone wants to come up, they can hit the link. But I'm trying to clear up this copyright stuff because I'm sick and tired of everything I do have copyright. Sometimes I don't play no music. And alright, let me see. Let me hit that link. El Lapero. Subscribed. El Pero. You got some dinero? Oh, Mind's Eye changed his logo. El Pero. Sounds like a lawyer. El Pero de Janeiro. I don't know anymore. Close that laptop. Alright. Congress specifically meant to protect only the precise way in which authors express their ideas, not the ideas themselves. In no case does copyright protection for an original work of authorship extend to any idea, procedure, process, system, method of operation, concept, principle, or discovery, regardless of the form in which it is described, explained, illustrated, or embodied in such a work. Nah. Okay. It's for educational purposes only. Oh, no, 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 no. No, I'm joking. Yeah, there we go. I can't even show this. Motherfucker. I should have did this first, man. God dang it, man. The Marion County, uh, the Marion County Record newspaper raided by police. So the Marion County Record newspaper place got raided by the police. Let's find out why. It's the Popo. All right. Police raid of a Kansas newsroom raises alarm. This was done on August 14th, 2023. This is written by Danielle K. So yeah, police raid of a Kansas newsroom raises alarms about violations of press's freedom. This is law enforcement officers in Kansas raided the office of a local newspaper and a journalist's home on Friday, prompting outrage over what First Amendment experts are calling a likely violation of federal law. The police department in Marion, Kansas, a town of about 2,000, raided the Marion County Record under a search warrant signed by county judge. Officers confiscated computers, cell phones, reporting materials, and other item essentials to the weekly paper's operations. Somebody wrote some truth. It took them several hours. Eric Meyer, the Marion County co-owner and publisher, told NPR, "They forbid our staff to come into the newspaper office during that time." Local authorities said they were investigating the newsroom for identity theft, according to the warrant. So where's the evidence? The raid was linked to alleged violations of a local restaurant owner's privacy when journalists obtained information about her driving record. Ha! Wow. So you mean to tell me someone got butthurt because they got posted public information that anyone can find out? This is what this country's coming to, because people get butthurt. People could run my name and find out what I've done. I got nothing to hide. I'm not a chomo, a rapist, none of that. So they raid this guy's home. Now let's read further. Let's see the truth. You know, they could be information about. So it's about a driving record. Wow, they're raiding people's houses over driving records. Newsroom raids are rare in the United States. Well, yeah. Then, as a matter of fact, I just seen video a few weeks ago of an auditor. He audits a police department, and the police department is mad because he's auditing them. What are they hiding for them to get mad enough to raid homeboy's home? He recorded it. The police department in that city raided the auditor's house unlawfully. Anyway, it's very rare because it's illegal, Oberlander said. It doesn't happen very often because most organizations understand that it's illegal. Several media law experts told NPR the raid appears to be a violation of federal law, which protects journalists from this type of action. The Privacy Protection Act of 1980 broadly prohibits law enforcement officials from searching for or seizing information from reporters. Oberlander said exceptions to the Privacy Protection Act are important but very limited. One such exception allows authorities to raid a newsroom if the journalists themselves are suspected to be involved in the crime at hand. What crime? In a statement sent to NPR, Marion Police Chief Gideon Cody cited, with a name, Gideon, this exception to justify his department's raid of the Marion County. It is true that in most cases, the Privacy Protection Act requires police to use subpoenas rather than search warrants to search the premises of journalists unless they themselves are suspected in the offense that is the subject of the search. They said the exception. So basically, he said it normalizes something that shouldn't be happening, that Congress has said should not happen, that the First Amendment says should not happen. Ken White, a First Amendment litigator, said police raids of newsrooms used to be more common in the U.S., which led Congress to bolster federal protections against such searches. White said the police raid of the Marion County Record could be a violation of the Fourth Amendment, which protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. So this lady must have been connected then. If he put her driving record out there, she got butthurt. I mean, raiding a freaking house for someone putting out your police record, you gotta have juice. Like Tupac. But that's it, everyone. See you later. I'm out of here. No, I'm joking. But I had to put that because it aligns. I seen the article this morning. I was on the bus and the guy in front of me, I happened to look, like you could see over the seat, and he had a newspaper. And I said, damn, sir, I haven't seen a newspaper in 30 years. No, I'm joking. But I could see one of the articles, and that was it. The newspaper guy getting raided. So me pulled out my phone and Googled it, and it came up. And I said, I'm going to show this. And then it made me think about the Copyright Act. Because I think, like it's like the police. They will they will fish for information, like people who aren't aware of how police operate, and they think the police are on their side. The police will bend laws to get what they want, especially if you don't know the laws. You don't know your so-called rights. They'll dance all over you. They'll test you to see how far they can go, and they don't like people who know their rights. They'll plant shit on you. I seen videos. This guy caught the cop putting drugs in his car. That's why if you ever see a cop that tells you can't record, that means record 3 times over. If you got a camera and a phone, put both of them things on, because it raises suspicion to Chuck when an officer says you can't record. No, damn well you can. And then the crooked cops are going to be like, oh, I'm in fear of my life, right? Because you got a phone. And they'll be like, I don't know what they're doing over there. He could be calling in for backup, right? Like his life's in danger because you got a fucking phone. A lot of these police are slime balls. They slither. They're snaky activities. Most of them don't even care about our so-called rights. They don't want us to have so-called rights at all. They want to abolish the Constitution. That's why most of them don't even know the oath they took. They might know Masonic Lodge oath, but I could guarantee you 90% of the public servants out there couldn't even tell you the first 4 amendments. Peace, faceplant, Christos. Then I was watching the Constitution State. He's an auditor in Connecticut, and I was like, one day I was looking at auditors' videos, and I said, man, I don't really see auditors from Connecticut. And in my mind, I'm thinking, there's tons of tyranny out here. New York, Connecticut, there's just tons of tyranny of these people who want to abolish the Constitution. It's everywhere. And that want to take the Second Amendment. So I told the guy, I said, hey, man, you should come up to New Britain or Hartford. There's tons of tyranny. He didn't believe me. He comes to New Britain, got arrested for recording in a public area. He was in this garage where workers and stuff park, but it's a public area. And, you know, blows my mind, because not only he was telling me what happened in court, but anyway, the point is, he's like, you warned me, man. I was like, yeah. I was like, bro, I was dealing with that system from 13 years old all the way to my mid-20s. I know. The judges, they're all in. They all go eat lunch together. They all lick each other's toes. The tyranny is serious here. Like I've said before, if the FBI wants to put indictments, the feds want to put indictments on gangs, they need to look at the police. They're the biggest gang in the world, but they won't. Yup, the thin blue line that divided the country. I like saying that. That thin blue line on the flag, it divided the country. It sure did. And that's why I say, I got this on James Freeman's channel. He says, back the blue until it happens to you. I got to get one of them t-shirts. But anyway, the copyright, you know, it really don't matter if I show the copyright and they're going to do what they want. They got their, people have policies, you know, I don't know when policies started to override the Constitution, but back in, when did that scam schmemic happen? I had went into a CVS. He was trying to make me put a diaper on my face. I was like, you know, he's like, oh, it's the policy. And I said, since when does that override my rights? You know, I said, what is this, China? And he's like, you have to leave, sir. I'm like, wow. So, yeah, we pay Michigan Native, Peace Native Michigan Ojibwe says, we pay taxes to pay lawyers to lock us up. Then we have to pay a lawyer to keep us out of jail. Plus court costs for the paid off referee, aka judge, who drinks with 2 olives on the sword. Yeah, and when you have court fees and you can't pay them, right? When they waive your court fees, they get paid still. It comes right out of your straw man. Yup, court fees, and they'll jack them bad boys up too. They'd be like $5,000 court fees. What? I don't even have $5 in my pocket, $5 grand, and they don't care. They'll get it anyway. It'll come out of the tax money, you know, and they probably learn how to play the system. Like they'll take they'll say you have to pay court fees, and then they'll write it off to get it from the taxes and still make you pay, just like the electric bill. You don't pay your electric bill or hospital bill or bills period, they go to the bill collector, they get paid from the bill collector, and then they come after you so you could pay. They get paid twice. That's with a lot of stuff. Yeah, they like to play with balls. That's why they're always at the golf. They're always playing with balls, whether it's base. They love ball, period. And I'm not talking about the balls on the ground you kick or throw. I'm talking about ball, B-A-A-L. Yep. But that's pretty much it, man. If anyone has anything else they want to talk about, you're free to come up or put something in the chat and I'll work off of that. But I'm just going to keep rambling on about our fake rights. Yeah, that's insane, Faceplant. They do that. They really have cocktails, huh? That chick's mouth is an abortion clinic. I told a woman that before. She was sleeping with other men. And I'm like, man, your mouth's an abortion clinic. I thought she was going to try to punch me. Yup, when you see a lawyer with his hands in his pockets, we know he is playing pocket pool. Of course. You got it. Damn it. I got up to nothing. Nothing. And lawyers are expensive too. Very expensive. They'll charge you a pretty penny. Renegade.
Peace, man, peace. That's good. Mic check.
Not much.
Not
Can hear you.
much. Okay, cool. Yes, I want to drop in just a few seconds and say one thing about this thing. The legal system, the law system. If you say to people that you're living on a spinning ball, have you not tricked them from the really beginning then? Because if you say something that doesn't exist and you build a law system on something that doesn't exist, how can that be the common law? But if you tell people where you live, it's a completely different perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, law is like a game of chess.
Yeah. But still, if you say to someone, we are the law system, we are the thing here, and we're living on a spinning ball. So therefore, them lying from the very beginning. So therefore they can continue with the lies and say this is the truth.
True.
Well, so if I
So
go
that's
into the
very
court system and ask them to do the nature law instead, what will they say? Can you find anything about nature law?
natural law, yeah.
Yeah.
Nature law or natural law, both are the same, right?
Natural nature. Nature is natural in a way. Nature law, the nature of law, the law in the
Right.
jungle. Is that the anarchistic type of system in a way? You're an anarchist. But if you're living on a globe, you can't be an anarchist because you're living in a closed system that they own. We don't own the globe. They own the globe. See?
They have us living in a fantasy.
Exactly what I mean. How can you then write a law in a fantasy world? So they've got their backs free because of they writing laws on a fantasy environment.
That's why they're always adding on to these laws. If the law was official, they wouldn't add. It would just be you have a right to bear arms. But yeah, you have a right to bear arms. But there's like 100 other laws that branch off of that, and they keep adding and taking and adding and taking. It's bullshit.
But did you know that an archery bow, a bow that you make by yourself out in the nature with a string and wood, that is not a weapon. It's an instrument because you can make sound on it. So they can't really set that down and say that is a gun, that is a weapon, because it's an instrument. Check it out.
I was looking into bow guns. That could be it. I know what you're saying because it's from the woods and it makes sound, but the bow gun.
In Sweden, it's classified as an instrument, not an archery bow. Actually, not a weapon, because you can play on it. So therefore, you have the music again. Music should be peace, but music today is not peaceful, man. It's like seriously, what's going on? Oh,
they use it.
Yeah, to propaganda the agenda.
Yeah, and to cause violence.
Yeah.
They use it for their witchcraft. They're weak witchcraft. Well, it ain't that weak, but it's weak to me.
Yeah. So yes. One more question before I'm gonna pop off because I'm doing some things in the kitchen, and tomorrow I'm gonna go on a road trip. It's gonna take me about 12 hours to get back up to southwest of Eden, the hills. And we're gonna take the car, and so it's gonna take us maybe 20 hours actually to just get up there and chill. Yeah, it's a long road trip. It's a serious long one. So I'm not gonna be able to pop up that much that I want, but still we're gonna do that interview as you want me to do. So I'm open for that, man. It's all peace.
I have some questions I'm gonna write up. At least 13 questions, the most.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll send you the questions so you know you can see.
Cool, man. Do that. Send me that on Telegram, and you know, no stress. I'm just gonna go up there and feel the vibes, hang around with Atlas and Ingela, and be in the mountains for a while and just chill and see what's going on up there or inwards. I'm going from in the middle of Sweden, and we're gonna drive for like 20 hours. So we have a long trip, and Sweden is very long country. You know, it takes hours to get up to inwards. It takes hours, and especially in the mountains, it's just tricky roads and stuff like that. So yeah, so give me a hint, and maybe. Yeah, man, maybe we can do that interview when I'm up there and I'm feeling the good vibes. So whatever you say, man, I'm there checking it out anyways every day. So, but you know that I'm gonna be traveling. So give me those questions on Telegram, and then we fix that cool thing up, man.
Okay. Good to see you. I mean, I know you're busy a lot.
I've been stepping off a bit. It's like good to take a break from all these YouTube type of bullshit or whatever it is. It takes too much time, and When I'm on YouTube, I would like to make it like, should I say, more voluble type of time than just hanging around and listening.
Right.
Because I rather staying in the kitchen and making food and taking care of the garden and putting hours by hours on the net. That's me personal now in the frequency where I am. So therefore, I'm not always around. I've been watching a bit, but in the same time, I've not missed anything. You know, I've not missed any ball flying around. It's still almost the same, and I think that we have to. I am in to make some more quality type of interviews and stuff on my channel in the autumn here now and in the winter time actually. But now when we got this weather around, you know, it's nice to just take care of the ground actually, be grounded and take care of the fruits and make good food and prepare for the winter. That's my work right now. So, you know,
Yeah, you seem happier, man. Ever since you met your woman and stuff.
oof, I'm feeling great, man. It's all love. It's like, yeah,
It's good.
finally, one of my best friend ever met, you know. So it's making me a happy man, and that's the thing.
That's very good. I didn't know Sweden was that long. 20 hours? Damn, that's a big country. I thought it was small.
It is long, man. It's small, but it's very long. From south Sweden up to north, it's the same length going from Sweden to Italy or something. It's very, very long, man. Oof. It's like double type of Alaska. Check the maps and see how long that country is, man. It's long. It's going from south to north. I think it takes 25, 30 hours to go from, yeah, south to north.
Damn, what was I?
Yeah. So anyway, man, much love, Chuck, and you know it. So send me those questions, and then we pop some good vibes in near future, man. I would love to do that, and I'm glad to see that you popping up on YouTube every day and doing your thing, man. Love it, love it. So
Trying
stay,
to.
yeah, but you're still fighting, you know, and that's the thing. And you got the good vibes, and you know that. So stand on your ground, be the one you are, and I will get back to you in a couple of days, man.
All right, Renegade. It's good to
Peace,
see you.
man. Yeah, man.
Peace.
Love you, man. Take good care, man. Peace, peace.
You too. Peace. One love. Oh, hairballs. What's up, Dominic?
Just came on to hear you and Renegade. He has a nice voice demeanor to himself.
Yeah, Renegade's a good brother. We used to go to Brother Sanchez a lot. That's right. Believe it or not, a lot of people that were coming to my channel I had met through Brother Sanchez's channel. And then through the years, I just realized I'm going to go down my own path. Instead of, I've always been on my own path, but in the so-called truth community, I was like, I'm going to just do me. Step back and create my own path. I want to do things my way, you know, instead of always. I've always been more of a leader than a follower.
Well, you probably follow yourself when you're leading, so you're being the example to yourself. Yeah, I think, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people, I guess, in these communities can say that because it's kind of like when Michael Jackson's Thriller became popular because the CD came out, or Justin Bieber became somewhat famous, not taken away from their craft, but online presence and music came on. So Sanchez became somewhat, not to take away from what he's offering, but because the live thing came on. I would have been probably wanting to talk to Manly P. Hall or what's his name, Steiner or Bonacci or Mark Pascio if it was alive back then. So this has just been going on for the last, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years with the live stuff. You know, so But I get it. I get it. That's where a lot of people, plus what Sanchez presents is a lot of great information. I'm glad he can put it in some sort of enlightenment or us. It's kind of like Toys R Us.
Well, I used to, people would ask where he got his information from. And I'm not taking that from the man because he opened my eyes so much, but
Yep.
It was him. It was like 2015, I think. The beginning of 2015. January 5th, somewhere, but it was Eric Dubay,
Yep.
ODD TV, Bro Sanchez, really, and D Marble, and all those people were really deflating this globe, a heliocentric model, and it was amazing. But then I realized that there's more to this than just flat Earth and globe. I always thought, the point of the truth community was to, fight the power, and yet now people are, I don't know. I'm not trying to down people, but it just irked me that people would say preach fight the power, but then they're buying into the slave system, the Bitcoin. And I get it, man. People got to make money, but I was always taught to stand for something or fall for everything. And when I heard of the Bitcoin, I remember in the 90s, my mom's boyfriend or whatever speaking on that. And I thought he was nuts. Digital money, I thought he was nuts. I used to think they'll never get rid of paper money, the rich people, but it's not. They have everything in the world they could ever want. It's not about money.
Charles, the printed money, again, is like the written work. It was just the technology in that age they had to use. It's actually a dumbed down process. The digital will be more advanced. Unfortunately, people bring in their likes and dislikes when they think about that. They don't stop and think about how did the printed money come and how they were able to manage all the digital and all that. Again, this is not about somebody familiarity going to the same bar. They're there just to drink or maybe have a socializing. It's the person or the people that own it that actually make it all happen. So once again, it's one of those things. I wish people would realize it's not really a truth community as much as just an awareness community right now happening. A lot of that information that's been shared, if people were able to embody it or go to sleep at nighttime and hear it through their headphones or somebody speaks it to them, your subconscious will be able to process all of that way better. The conscious mind's very limited. Even when I heard you talking earlier, or these people, when you hear things like letters of the law, there's a different kind of conversation going on at that point.
Yeah.
They're literally talking about the letters of what's called laws: light, air, wind, and space. What humans are caught up in is when they just talk about they'll say laws. Those are policies. Two different things going on.
I like how you added the space, because I always said land, air, water. That when I said that acronym to people, they were like, "Oh, I forgot when I heard that." But with that, the space, I like that. The S. You added it in.
Yeah, because it's acronym, and then those monitor over nature. So nature is just wild and untamed. Animals are wild and untamed. Humans, before they were actually started breeding with the beings, were wild and untamed. So now, but we've give a lot. Think about all the technology that's on this plane. Now, somebody could probably even have that conversation and say, do we really need cars and bridges and all that because nature's so beautiful? I say, yeah, we can have that, but how do we go backwards now? And this is where this whole fighting, not taken away, they're going to do it. People are going to do what they're going to do. And there's going to be a lot of people going to say what they're going to say. It's a bit of both. But when people start putting those things down, somebody like Renegade was just tapping on it. Then you can start talking about how sounds work and how it influences, whether it's the body, the astral plane, the emotional plane. Yeah, and you did use the word acronyms. Usually when you see acronyms of 3, it's for 3-dimensional. Acronym of 4 is for something else, like news, north, east, west, and south. 4 corners. Do we have 4 corners? Is it shaped like an X or is it shaped like a cross? Like How does this realm work? I get people would like to tap in on the idea that it could be a flat Earth, and it can also be a globe. But using two objects in the sky that really has nothing that resembles down here, then it's still a possibility. And then people use, I think we've had this conversation, they use somebody else that openly admits that they're just telling stories, which is NASA. And then they use that as their parameter of proving something right.
Yeah, I remember like the more I would learn, like gravity, when you look that up, it does say the theory of gravity. Once somebody uses a theory, it you're once you use a theory, you're done, you're lost. That's not factual.
It just means that you can open up more ideals. The person that's only coming looking for answers will have to pick a side on something that doesn't exist yet. And that's why when enough people denounce each other's theories, so then let's make everything else conspiracy theories. So now they've supposedly discovered something in 50, I think it was, and they called it a planet called Pluto. Okay, so now, let's go with this for a second here. So now, in my little cuckoo mind, I'm going to try to break it down. I'm always trying to use reason, and then I giggle at myself. You're going to try to reasonize this? Let's go with it. So now, if it's in 1950, and they say that it takes like 240 years to travel around the sun, I said, okay, well, 1950, how would you confirm that as factual? That means it would have to be 240 years from the point of 1950 to prove it factual. So most of us live to 80. That means it would have to be 3.5 generations to confirm that. But meanwhile, they're okay putting it in all the books, bringing it to all the schools, put it beside the globe. You might as well put it beside the fucking triangle. And then all of a sudden people say, well, then it's factual. I said, yes, it is factual. It's yesterday's news, but did they actually prove it? What do you mean? You would have to talk to 3.5 generations later to prove did it actually make it around the sun once. Unless, and I play with this ideal, there's another species here that knows it. No different. There could be another species, like I say, that whole thing about, you go so far and then the earth or whatever, it starts going down or going up. Unless they're talking about the dimension of the dome and outside circumferences that spin at that kind of measurement. This is where when people see NASA showed us the land moon, I said that could be for consumptions of humans, but the beings are saying, well, we did something else. Now, I get it. People can narrow it down to they earn a lot of money. Well, fuck, they print the money. So it can't be about money. It just cannot be about money unless they're puppets in between all the different people that work in all those different chains. That's how you get them to do that. Because, mastery and slavery does not work. Especially when you have to be a master. That means I got to feed other human beings. And what happens if I have a fucking conscience? Well, then we'll do the money thing. Why? Because with money, people will work for it. And then they'll buy our stuff. Sorry, I went on.
Yep. It's like an illusion of freedom right then and there. Give them this money and let them, buy the stuff we feed them. Like you said, it's all profit for them, and we're still slaves. But a lot of people don't even know they're slaves. That's what makes it even worse.
Well, let's play with that ideal first. To think you're a slave, then you have this ideal, or maybe not you, but people have the ideal that you could be a master now. It's not about slavery. That's what humans do to themselves. It just is what it is. I might use that word, and even that might even be an inappropriate word. But when people talk about, ascended masters, well, then why are they giving information to this us humans? Well, because they might classify it as descended slave. It's like when they say the word people or citizens. I'm not a citizen, but if I'm in a cuckoo house, I'll entertain myself. I'll say, sure, no problem. I don't want pushback, but then if I'm with a whole bunch of people that are fighting it, then I have to usually be quiet and say, I don't want to say one way or the other, because I realize people are going to argue with me about something. I said, but I'm not interested in arguing. Any argument I'm going to do is with me, not with other people. And that's how you could tell when people are at somewhat tranquility with themselves. They've done the work. They've done the revolution from within. But if they think it's an external thing, as my wife would say, well, it looks like a lot of people are out of focus. They're using their eyes, but they're out of focus. They're thinking it's somebody else's responsibility to take care of them. Well, I don't want governments, and then why are you complaining about them?
That's a setup.
Yeah.
The government, as long as we depend on the government, things won't change. They want that.
Well, they
That's
don't have
why.
to change, Charles. They don't have to change, especially when our parents are already adhering to that and our communities are adhering to it. The policing's done with it within. It's not the cruisers that are doing the job. It's we're doing it to ourselves. If we think that something is incorrect, most people are just reacting. With all sincerity, I know that's an overgeneralization. Dare not ever fucking try to make a blanket statement on that, but I'm included in the fun. So most people are reacting. So how are they going to have the ability to respond when they're too busy reacting? And the last time I remember
Right.
for myself, I can only be accountable when I'm actually being responsible, not when I'm reacting. Reacting to me is like drowning, but I do know how to swim. And then you yell out to me, Dominic, calm down. You're better off telling me there's a shark behind me, because at least I'll do
Gotta
something
learn.
about it. Yeah.
Reacting's like releasing anger, frustration. Um, I don't want to just react. I want solutions.
Mm-hmm. And we all do it.
Reacting, it's the easy part. Finding solutions and working together is the hard part.
Mm-hmm.
For some people, to me, that's easy too. That's why people say you're so patient, Chuck. It took years to learn patience. I was
Yeah.
very impatient growing up. I wanted everything right away. And,
And sometimes you have to have an intervention, and I think you shared with me. So I apologize if you don't want me to share this, but you have shared about you were in prison for a while. So a lot of people would have to self-imprison themselves, or imprison the self in this particular case, and say, okay, let's get some things together here. What do you mean? The self, your job is just to learn how to do languages, to communicate with other people. Now people might think, well, you're talking to yourself. We always are. We're just not hearing the other thing that's running a lot of things. So now you say, okay, from now on, I'm going to lead, whoever that is, because the self's job is just to be there. Hence why leading and following. The self is not supposed to be leading. That's like having a child within a couple of days. Okay, child, you're going to be running the household. No, it doesn't work that way. And if it does, you can at least use some patterns to it and say, no, it's not going to work. Why? Especially when you present yourself to other people. It'd be nice when people present each other to each other, that they know how to surrender to the self, and allow it to be a little bit about them. Now, if it becomes extreme and they're just talking way too much about themselves, yeah, it's your responsibility to remove yourself, not them. Unless they're talking about ideals, possibilities, they're not making it about themselves. But for most people, they do make it about themselves. These are my success. Once I get some sort of ailment, these are my ailments, and I'm like, okay, I don't need to be here, do I? Because I could be interchangeable at that point. That takes awareness and discernment. You really can't have discernment when people are when a person's too busy judging, and we all do it in small ways, through my observation anyway. Outside of that, I would have to ask them, and if the person said, I don't know, I'm doing that. I said, so I'm the only one out of the two here that I'm aware of that. Oh, okay.
I wanted to ask you about. I want to go back to the heliocentric model real quick. Do you remember when? I remember in school they would teach the heliocentric model, and they would say the sun is the center of the universe, and everything revolves around the sun, right? And they would say the sun is 90 times the size of Earth. It's probably bigger than that, they say. And we're just a little crumb to the size of the sun. And I remember I would look at sunrises and be like, something ain't right. If the sun was 90 times the size of Earth, how the fuck is it fitting over? It looks like a pin. Well, not that small, but it's small when it comes over the horizon. The horizon's way bigger than the sun. And I'm like, it just don't make sense, man. And I used to question a lot of stuff. And then they changed the heliocentric model because, I started to even question, well, if we're going around the sun, how's the sun rising over our head when we always see it in the distance if it was the center? So now they made it so everything's like moving all chaotic around the sun, and it's, but I had so many questions for that model, and every time I would question it or challenge it, the teacher would tell me I was wrong, and it got to a point where I just stopped challenging it. And they would try to make the students laugh at you and stuff, make you look dumb. But when you really think and you question a lot of the stuff they teach in these schools, it's all like lies and fucking It just, they teach you the sun's 95 million miles away. And when somebody told me, if you got a straight street that goes for a mile, right, you could barely see, I forgot what they said, I don't know, but you could barely see something on the other side of that mile clearly, or maybe a little farther. But you could look up and see 95 million miles away, or you can see light years away. When someone said that to me, it made so much sense. I was like, wow, you know, if I only heard that saying when I was younger. And what really they screwed up too is by changing the heliocentric model, by it chaotically, the sun and is the center, but now the sun's also moving through space. And now, you know, that's where they screwed up, because if that was the case, we wouldn't see the same stars every night. Like, the truth's always been there. You just got to challenge, you know. And then in the truth community, people would challenge everything but the Bible, and that bothered me too. I mean,
I guess, Charles, there's so many other misleading going on there. And I'll give you an example. First of all, I go by the truth is actually, for me, it's an energy source. It's not what people perceive it, but that's their choice. But even that, I shouldn't say that, what they perceive. They can do whatever they want with their perception. So when you're in a classroom of 20 or 30 students, some of them are going to be daydreaming. Some of them are going to be doing what you're doing. Well, what's really going on? You're being in the presence of seeing how a program works. In this particular case, some of them are being conditioned that there's somebody in front of them and they have an authority. They're programmed too. So now, as you get older, if you have certain buddies, and I have certain buddies, well, we'll giggle and say, okay, so let's take what's here, for example. So how many gas stations would we have to stop off before we land on the moon? Then we make humor of it. That's done. That's done. So now, by talking about what they, or whoever they are, because the people that are teaching it aren't them. The people that are enforcing it aren't them. They're just doing defense and attack. So when a teacher, which isn't a teacher, is saying, and then all the other students are laughing, the program is working. Because you're trying to make sense of something that never had intended to make sense. So everything at that point is misleading. Forget about lies, misleading. We all mislead ourselves, even when we think it's them. That's misleading. Opposed to, interesting, I'm looking outside, they're telling me stories. Well, how does that serve me when I'm trying to learn about how do birds fly? So this goes back to how does it serve? That's why most people are programmable, not teachable. Now, it takes maybe some people 20, 30 years, maybe some people 100 years before they realize, oh, fuck, what have I learned? How to be a program. So now, then they can turn around and say, okay, but one of my friends here, he's sleeping in class. Another friend of mine is going to probably come from the project. They're going to be able to do this. Another one's going to be on the welfare system. Those are all the different programs. But the one person now gets over-focused on one thing. Well, I don't really agree with this concept of a flat earth and all that. I said, okay, on the globe. Well, what I'm learning is all the stuff that this teacher that I'm unconsciously realizing, oh, they're my authority. It takes away from the authority that's within. So now you can use reason, but you should be able to question reason. Same with your senses. You should be able to question those things. See, that's why I tell people, my views aren't debatable. They're questionable, but they're not debatable. Because what they're trying to do is going under the premise what they have going on is right. I'm like, when did you become this pious person thinking you're right? I don't attack religion, let alone do I attack science. I'll question those things, but it's the human factor that I'm interested in, the ones that are behind each one. So it's not about comparing what NASA says or what, some sort of health chart that they give you. The person has to go inwards. Okay, so do I want to eat meat? Okay, then the question would be within. Do you want wild game or do you want domestic game? Well, I like to have wild game. Do you know how to hunt? Well, not really. Do you even live on the country? Well, not really. So then why would you expect somebody else to do all that for you? These are inquiries. That's all they are. Everything I just shared is an inquiry. But to make somebody the opposing side is the misleading part. Now, that's going to be a tough one for a lot of people because a lot of people don't realize they're NPCs at this point. But we all are in some ways. But they're really fully engaging in the NPC. Just have to look around on the highway, see how many people are driving.
What's an NPC?
Not their character. They're not.
Oh,
really
okay, yeah, for video games, yeah.
Well, again, that's another one too.
Or they're a clone. the system like makes us clones too.
Or Walking
Like,
Dead. Walking Dead, or as some of them call, most of us, the useless mouth breathers. Now,
music and the TV creates the children to be clones. They want to be just like the guy on TV. They want to dress like him. They want to rap like him. They want to live that life. Instead of them being their self, they lose the creativity and
but who brings that in? That's the whole thing. It's like when parents say, "I don't like my kids playing all this video game." I said, "Okay, are your kids into thievery? What do you mean? Well, how did all those devices get in there?"
Right.
You have to bring it in. So that means that teacher now in high school or public school, whatever you want to call it, even be a damn private school. People think for some reason they're learning more in the private school. No, they're just doing another class of NPCs. So now when you start realizing, oh, so my teacher's everybody around me. Yeah, it could be your parents, could be your uncle, you could be your aunt. Then you start observing them, say, oh, we're all in the Truman story. Yes. So which one actually wants to go outside of it? The Truman story could be no different than the Plato's cave ideal. You start becoming aware, and now you get a little veil release, and then we want to share with other people. As I'm sharing out loud, I already realize it's always about me. Most people are going to say, well, Dom, you're sharing all kinds of information. I said, yeah, but I didn't invent the language. I didn't invent any of these thoughts, but I'm perceiving them. I'm receiving them, kind of ideal, hence Kabbalah. All these stuff is out there. It's just people, maybe my sign being a Virgo. I like to analyze things, and I'd also like to piece them together. But some people will get one piece of information and they'll try to break it down. But if you're breaking it down with the things I don't like and the things I do like, well, more times than not, most people are going to be attached to their likes. And then anything else that's going to interfere with that, I must hate. It's my enemy. Okay. Takes a lot of awareness in those little areas to realize, well, then are these groups forming to be us against them? More times than not, it is. And then you throw in the shade, the color of your skin, your gender, your economic, your religion. Or you can even use the word, I do this thing with this needle, and I don't do this thing with this needle. At the same time, even that, I have to play around with words now because it's another form of control. You can't say these words because you're on their platform and you earn this kind of money. Well, isn't their platform another form of control? Isn't playing around with their money another form of control? If people value control, most people don't even realize they don't control anything. What do you mean? If you did control so much, then why would you even go to sleep? Something's always there running it. Sorry, Charles, I went on a little bit too long there.
I'm mad that my hotspot ran out. I had some stuff I wanted to share, but oh well.
Some of the stuff I share just out loud, for other people, if they want to hear it, it could deflate or at least put a little puncture into whether they've been aware or unaware of what they've been pursuing. Because it's easy to, resist something and then become attached to something else. There's always a cause somewhere, whether or not it really is a cause. Like I don't see air, so I see all of its effects. So I don't really know what the cause is. I can give it a name. So some people really don't want to know. And if the masses were truly aware of how this realm has been working, initially they might turn around and say it's wrong, and then there would be a different type of chaos until they actually get information and realize, oh, okay, I have to get way more information, seeing that whoever these people are or whatever's ruling it, it's their playhouse and they've been ruling and somehow they've been trying to keep some sort of order. And if people truly value the concept of control, then they should appreciate what they're doing. But that's a tough one because most people don't want to hear that. What they want to hear is, I just want more, whatever it is. It's not working for me. Okay.
Yeah, this system. When I heard the term free range chickens, I said, even when I was in prison, I realized the world's a prison I used to sit in my cell and be like, but it's just a bigger prison. And then you look at the, I used to really think about the Antarctic Treaty, and I'm like, these people can have peace over a piece of ice that no one could claim, no one could dig. But yet we can't even do that in society, killing each other over crazy stuff, and yet they have peace over a piece of ice. And if you try to go, there's certain areas that kill you on sight. Just, it's definitely a prison.
Well, it's our own people.
However you want to look at it.
Yeah, it's our own people that are in different pay scales. So even the word organic just means that it's been manipulated to a certain point. What's nature is one thing. When a chicken's just roaming is another thing. But they use those terms because it's the continuous that they're not. People be able to see like some spots in Antarctica. Then you would say, well, I'm really going to have to rethink the whole ideal of the sun. So. But again, it would be whose devices are going there. Even though it's probably most of us, maybe not us guys here, but other humans that are literally making these devices. A billionaire, or not a trillionaire, that has $1 billion boat, somebody actually had to use their resources, whether it's their energy or nature stuff, to make that stuff. If most of that stuff is even coming from these 7 continents called the Earth, dry land, could be coming from somewhere else. If people want to speculate and use their imagination. But I get it. People want to see what's just in front of them. I said, okay, well then where do you see the words when you look at a material? Well, I said, you're still unaware. That's a tough one. It's no different when people start talking about the Bible. I said, what was before the written work? That's the photocopy version. The Bible is just the photocopy version. Even the oral speech is a photocopy version. Those are both afterthoughts.
Teach you story on
Charles, you're breaking down.
Wrong was.
Okay.
Break it down.
You were breaking. Your voice was in and out. I didn't hear it. I don't know if everybody else did hear.
Yeah.
How about now?
I turned faceplant into a virus. Yeah, you were good there. Can you hear me?
All right. I changed the default. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, Christos?
Hey Charles, hey Dom. Faceplant, good to see you all. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah, good to see you.
All right.
Hey, you were at Crypto Alchemist last night, Christos, and it cut off there. It just like ended. You remember that?
Oh, I saw he was premiering something, and then I just happened to see you in the chat, so I don't even remember what I said. I think I said something funny. I don't I don't even know what I said at this point, but yeah, I saw you in there. I just made a comment real quick. I like seeing people, that I recognize in live chats that I don't normally go to.
Yeah, it just kind of ended suddenly. I don't know if it
Yeah,
was.
I wasn't there for the whole thing, so I didn't see if that happened. Like it cut off, like by accident, you guess?
Yeah, I was putting something in the chat about this red shift, blue shift that we talk about. And
Oh
it
yeah,
just,
that's a great topic.
and it just ended. And then what I put in the chat wasn't there after it ended, but it was in there when I typed it.
There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on, whether it's tech glitches.
The situation. Charles, did you finish talking about the copyright stuff or whatever you were going through?
All right. Peace, Orphan Annie. Peace, Mark Basket. Phil. So yeah, I just basically did the copyright thing because, YouTube, I think, I like to show the laws because it exposes the bullshit. That law, for the most part, I've even seen people that know the law very well get duped in court. The judge would screw them over anyway. So law is just, it's a fucking game they like to play.
It's a trap.
Yeah, it's always going to benefit them in the end, always. And since when, and it shows the tyranny or the bullshit, I like to say, because since when does a fucking policy override the Constitution? It shouldn't at all. But yet it does, always.
So I'm not very well educated or read in this stuff. I've only just started really getting into the depths of this part of the iceberg. But just off the top of my head, with stuff I've been learning, how the United States is actually a corporation, would that have anything to do with why maybe things that are being done, quote unquote, that would go against the Constitution, not applying because this is a corporation, not a country? But maybe not specifically for that, but other things that may be more applicable. I might be applying this in the wrong way here. But I know all these things ultimately overlap to some degree, so you got it.
Yeah, most of these, I just want to say
Sorry, man. Go on.
Most of these courthouses are, they're supposed to hold no weight because they're a corporation. But unfortunately, most people don't know a lot of this stuff, so they get away with damn near everything because people don't look into law, and that's why I was watching the guy you said you don't like, Christopher Hauser. He actually opened my eyes to a lot.
At this point, I can't really even say one way or another. I've just heard different things. I'm not about to say I don't like him. I was just wilding out that day, but yeah, ever since then, I've just heard things, but I'm not about to say I don't like the dude. I just think there's some suspicious surrounding things going on with his situation and what he's done. But you got it.
What were you gonna say, Faceplant? What?
Damn, I forget.
Well, it was right after I was talking about the corporation thing. I didn't know if you were going to say something about Canada specifically. Talking about the Constitution.
The flag is the flag of the East India Companies. It's just a subsidiary of the East India Companies.
Yeah. EITC.
So when you guys hear the term laws of the land, what do you think they're talking about?
Well, we're under maritime law. So if you put a square flag instead of a rectangular flag on your yard, then you're saying you're on the land, not ruled by the sea.
Okay, laws of the land. There's also laws of the air. There's laws of the wind and laws of the space. Literally laws of the land. They're not even talking at that point what's on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why you don't want to say that you live in a state, but rather that you live on a state, right?
Well, it's whatever's on it to a certain point. That's why when you go to court, they're not talking about laws. They're talking about policy. You want to be in commerce court. That's okay. So literally, they're talking words and they're talking among themselves. Most people are getting into distractions. Well, but on maritime, I said, no, you're playing all our subdirectory rules to keep you distracted. Now, if you were sea-dwelling creatures, there would be laws of the sea. In this case, it has its own laws that boundaries it. So, but when people go to court and then they start saying, well, the laws, I said, here's another guy. He's playing a game. I said, the best way you can, winning court is not to go to it. Now, if all of a sudden you want to play that little called free men or whatever in there, and all of a sudden you find out their flag has a little gold rim around it, you're playing a different game now. So once again, letter of the laws, they're talking about something. Laws of the land. Now, what is on it? What are those games now? Now that's about commerce. Now they classify us as some sort of stock or cattle. Then we can communicate with the animals. Yeah, we've been feeling that way the whole time over here. We just didn't know you guys were going to eat us.
What's the thing about the square flag versus the rectangular flag? Like Switzerland has a square flag, but most other countries have a rectangular flag. What's that about?
Oh, you're talking about from within it? Like, like outside of the flag itself is a square? You're talking about all the pictures within them? They're probably showing among themselves, who's ruling what. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of the esoteric stuff with the colors involved and all of that.
The rectangular flag, as I hear, is a flag of the land, and the rectangular flags, like we all have, are a flag of maritime law.
Maritime law, probably for the.
I was wondering, why does Switzerland, the only country, or maybe the Vatican too, but Switzerland has a square flag?
There could be signals among other beings, and when they have like acronyms of 4 opposed to acronym 3, you have triangles. There's 3 there, and if it depending on its position, same with the square, that could indicate that it'll be like me, you face having different signals that we understand or we get, and other people will read it and they'll make their own assumption, and some of them might even catch it. So it's like when they use the media.
I heard that it's a square flag is a flag of the land, and a rectangular flag is maritime law.
Probably for the boats.
So what does that mean? Does that mean Switzerland, you can hide your money in Switzerland and not be under the other laws? Or I'm wondering,
probably for the elites.
Real significance under laws about that. That's what I'm wondering. Like, it's there, you can see the Switzerland flag is square, and all the other flags are longer than they are tall.
Looks like there's some more research to be done. Interesting.
Now, is that research from within or from without?
Both.
Yeah, you'd hope so, but the ones out
there, it's right there in front of you.
Just trying not to get pulled apart between the two.
True.
The flag is square. I'm not making this up. It's nothing within. It's just what I see and what I heard.
I'm talking about discernment. Sorry, I'm talking about this.
And there's a difference.
You're seeing it from without. I'm just saying, but the discernment might be coming from within to really grasp that. The conscious mind it's limited. Subconscious by far more superior, but most of us forget that.
Why is this Switzerland flag square? And
they're probably telling among themselves, the elites, that this is our havens here. Now, some of us might understand it, but that's their haven. So they're giving signals to each other. No different. They do that with paintings. They use the media. A lot of times when they're talking with the media about certain technology, the masses might hear it. Some of them might even grasp it, but they're actually using it as their way of communicating with each other. So in this case, you're talking about the flag. Now you can also talk about its positioning and its colors. And there could even be something, it's like when you read something from left to right, the odd numbers opposed to the even numbers. It's really playing on the hemispheres. So a lot of people get their...
Switzerland is neutral in all wars too. So the elites always hide their money there, right?
Yeah, money, probably other information too. Money's just a distraction. They probably hold a bunch of other stuff. See, certain types of future agenda documents, there's probably more than just what we figure we put value to. Like there's people out there, they don't value money either. You know, they
It's just a
understand.
piece of paper.
Yeah, IOU. It's always been designed that way. You know?
Yeah. Just
Hey,
like
good to
Face
see you,
Plant
AK.
said. AK, that's Phil. Oh, AK in the chat. What up, AK? My fault, my fault.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I wonder what happened to Beck. She's usually here. Hopefully she ain't mad about yesterday. But anyway, what's up, Phil?
Hey, is your stream still up? I don't know what happened yesterday, but my bad. Y'all got it.
I see you guys are talking about the law, so I figured I'd come up here and put my 2 cents in.
Go ahead.
Hell yeah.
The maritime, because you're born in the water, that's how they have it over us. The mom's embryonic sac is the water. That's the sea. Pope of the Holy See. Then everybody, all the Christians, unknowingly and ignorantly wash away the baptism of their mother and take Satan's baptism from the Christian church. The flag, I'm not sure about Canada. I know the American flag is the Army boat flag. It's a parade flag. It has no constitution and no authority, no jurisdiction.
It's the
Our flag is vertical stripes.
Whose flag?
The American flag.
So question, Phil, because I'm hearing you talk.
Yeah.
When somebody says they're born of water, who's the one that's speaking? And when you say things like our flag, who's the one that's speaking? Are we that attached to the physical that we forget we're actually not the physical? That's how the entrapment also continues, and the anchoring process continues over and over again.
True that.
Yeah.
True that. Well, because I would differentiate in Canada and America. That's why. But because he said the flag there is square, Canadian flag square.
Switzerland's flag is square.
Oh, Switzerland. Okay.
It's the only one that's square.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that is. That's odd. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Ken Dummy. No, Dominic, we have to communicate. But yeah, I hear you. You're right.
Just a pondering. That's all I'm sharing, a pondering. People, if they're truly seeking some sort of information opposed to judgment, they're going to probably ponder and then have those moments of, oh, so who runs my body when I go to sleep? Well, it's not the ego. That's the one that tries to make sense of things. You know, the ego is just the thing that learns languages, colors, how to move an arm here and there. But they're, you know, as we're hearing each other, who's running the blood and water in our system? No. So it's kind of like the elephant. Do you peg down the mother elephant or do you peg down the child? You peg down the mother, that baby goes running, it'll tear it. So the ego is the baby. So you peg it down, and who we truly are will be attached to it. Now you can grasp the whole ideal of maritime laws. You can understand them playing about the duality, half empty. The earth is brown and it's circle, it's triangle. It looks like it's a fucking peasant. Doesn't really matter at that point. Does it really matter? That's the physical connotation for physical. Now, when people take information through the written work, now you're learning how to be a scholar. But there's many receivers in our vessels that can take in all kinds of information. A lot of us forget to engage in those things. Not to say there's an answer to everything.
I think it does matter, separating from the corporate entity. I think everybody's doing it wrong. I think they're making it way harder than it is. They're validating the system by filling out paperwork of the system. All you got to do is know your beneficiary signature, and that separates you from the trust. It makes you sovereign.
Yeah, on the unknown realm, yes. But
I've seen some people pull it off, but yeah. I don't know how they do it.
Well, the vessel you're in is actually the system. It's part of the system. It's your suit that you're borrowing for a temporary amount of time. what
Well,
we're
yeah.
talking about here is the mind.
Doing time, you know, and like I just seen what they were doing. They were trying to explain to me, but it was really hard for me to understand. But I do understand that there's a way to go into the courtrooms, and if you say the right shit, you own that motherfucking courtroom. You fucking run the show once you start talking a certain way and saying the right terminology and the right terms that make them have to do certain things. They have a code and a law they follow that's different than ours. And once you tap into that and you realize that and you start learning it, then you become powerful.
Yeah. It's how they've done it is they've kept the afterbirth and made that's what they've got the corporate
Yeah, it's like they
entity
made
on.
a ghost in the system or something. Like
That's how
it's
they've
like
done it. Said we left it as waste.
it's like we're not basically the way they look at it. It's like we're waifs to them. You know, we're underclass.
No, here, listen to
So
me,
we follow underclass.
AK, hold on. Listen to me, bud. Listen. They've kept when you can only birth an animal or an afterbirth. We're born, so you go the birth, the birth of the afterbirth. They've kept it and made it because they say we've left it as waste, biological waste, and it has our DNA on it. They've made a corporate entity of that. That's how they've done it.
Right. That's the method they use. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, man. It's fucked up.
Creeps.
Yeah. Big time.
It's like we live in an onion blossom of shit. You pull back one layer of onion and you come out, oh look, it's more shit.
It'll be all right, man.
The truth comes, but it comes in a wave of bullshit.
Blossoming shit onion.
What are you guys gonna do when you find out the evil has been working for the good the whole time? The evil takes out the evil. Won't that be the shit?
What can you do?
Nothing.
It reminds me of that movie with the witches there, the three witches. What was that movie? Charmed. That TV show, Charmed.
That's why I agree with you on a lot of areas, Dominic, because they haven't lied to us. They've been trying to tell us the truth. People just are dumbed down.
The truth is hidden in plain sight, like a disguise.
The natural
It's
law
there.
Put off to the side, sort of. And we debate and argue.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
you're Borging out. You're Borging.
Both sides are they're not in natural law.
You're Borging like a smorgasbord.
Well, we're not commerce law or common law. We'd be divine right. I would be. I'm spirit.
Charles good.
Huh?
I think Dominic's having a bad connection because I could hear Charles good whenever Charles was talking, but I couldn't hear Dominic as well.
That wasn't Dominic. That was Faceplant.
Oh, please sit in chat that you're cutting out.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Faceplant was doing good for weeks. Now he's having trouble with the signal.
He's got bad weather there.
But law, like Dominic said, he added in space is land, air, and water. But what's law? You know, like they just make shit up to control people. Like, says who? That's why when I was younger, I always thought my mother ran the show. Then she taught me about the government and my grandpa, and I'm like, what the fuck? I can't just get in my car when I get older and drive to wherever I want, and these tolls they put in every state line, and I don't know. Law is a joke. Like I said, the judge will hit that gavel regardless of how much you know. That's why I want to take these people to court, because when we take them to court, it's going to expose to people's eyes the tyranny
Well,
It don't
why play
matter
in
how
their
much.
ball field?
It don't matter how, because if we don't do it that way, and nobody wants to go to war anyway. Everyone talks that tough game, but they ain't ready for war. They talk a real tough one. A lot of these people.
There's a secret rule that Masons can't prosecute each other. So if the judge is a Mason and the cop getting tried as a Mason, then it's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's loopholes in the laws. That's why, and like Finkelstein said, man, they don't teach us law in school. That should be that.
You're right, though, bro. There is loopholes, man. I seen a dude own the courtroom with my own eyes once like that, man. He was saying shit I never heard anybody say, and he was one of those dudes. There's conscience ejectors or whatever, or not conscience ejector. He was a fucking sovereign citizen, man. He declared sovereign citizen. He said certain shit to that judge, and that judge started saying certain shit back. I never seen an exchange like that in my life. And that motherfucker owned the courtroom, though, man. He got his shit fucking dropped, and he got out on that day.
Can I slam a quick break on there, guys? When I hear the word,
It's rare, but there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, and it happens fast, so it's not exposed, right, to a lot of people.
Yeah, that shit went real fast, bro. Real fast. That judge was talking. I never seen that judge talk so fast. He got that dude out of there quick.
Yeah, he wanted to get it over with, so nobody.
He didn't want everybody to hear it.
Yeah.
You want to see the
He made
Masonic
that
Lodge?
fucking case went a lot fast, dude. Like the dude was like fucking 4 minutes. He was done. But that dude got released.
I'm gonna show. Even you're sounding a little off, AK. Your thing. It's like popping and shit when you talk.
Let me try to fix it, bro.
I had thought that myself, Christos, but no, he doesn't sound like Sterling because Dominic sounds way more intelligent than Sterling, but it would be funny.
can I share something, guys? I heard a word like conspiracy theory. There is no such thing as called a sovereign citizen. Your sovereignty and a citizen is something that they classify people. So now I'm hearing you guys talk about masonry. When they go into court, it's about commerce court. It's not about laws. So if you understand that you understand why OJ got what he got. Because once you're in their club, they won't punish you based on something you did to the citizens, but they'll punish you their own way. That's why some people that are mass murderers.
OJ was a psyop. It was staged. All that was staged.
Sure, but again, it's like when people see.
Hold on, let Dominic talk. He's about to break it down. Go ahead.
It's like when people actually watch certain things. Yes, it is staged, no different when they do like roasts. They're showing all their initiation, all that. But that's just among their little. I don't care if you're 33. You could be a fucking 450-degree fucking Mason. The Freemason just means they're allowed to build freely on the landmass that's being ruled by other corporations. And then there's a lot of generational wealth family that actually siphons from those corporations. Now the Vatican, so now with Putin and the guy from UK, I'll just call it for what it is, Russia to Ukrainian, who took over the landmass when the Tsar's family finally got booted out because they didn't agree with the United Nations policies? The Vatican took over that corporation. That's just gang wars. That's all they are. So now they're just playing this game. It's a reset and all that. Why? All of a sudden during a 2-year hiatus, that all of a sudden all these countries now are buddy-buddy. They revealed exactly all the stuff that they rule over. The Vatican, Mecca, all the sporting facilities. Now you can work for those corporations unaware. So now when they go to these courts, there's not a single thing about laws that's about that, unless you're talking about the air that's actually in the room or the land that actually the buildings are built on. That's another misleading. They're playing a different game, and they'll use language, in this case, written work, to mislead people. They're not understanding. So numbers, how do they work? Tesla, 111. Okay, that's 3. 222, 6. 3339. You just keep on going. Now he talks about 3, 6, and 9 because there's energy with each word and how you combine them. But again, that's something for each individual person. Some people are gifted in geometry for some ideal. Some people know how to move energy. Some people know how to put energy out there like Reiki and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I deviated on there. But when it comes to going into a courtroom, it's about commerce and policies. You can even use the word policies. But when it comes to laws, that have nothing to do with that. It's like when somebody tells me you're a landlord. I said, you've never been a landlord. You've been in the housing business, but you're not a lord over that land. Why? Because you're paying tribute still. What do you mean I'm paying tribute? Okay, let's change the word. You're paying property tax. And the government's job is to collect it. That's it. There's nothing devious about that. But the people that are in it might turn around and say, well, I didn't know that. I said, of course you didn't know. But if you did know, how would you apply discernment to it? Such as, how does that serve me? Doesn't serve me. Okay. Anyway, I went on, guys.
Yes, cops are sovereign citizens. When you become an officer, they're sovereign. I gotta look into sovereign. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know what sovereign citizen is fully. But
it was a long time ago when I seen that, man. But I'm telling you, that dude owned the
Citizen-
courtroom.
Citizens of U.S. United States of America Incorporated citizen.
so what's a regular citizen? A slave?
There is
Like
no
we're just
no, you're just a man. You're not a citizen. You're not a person. You're not none of that. A person is a corporation. So, yeah, you're none of that.
Sort of like a corporate entity because of the way they
But
fucking put us on paper.
don't we-
When did
I
this
wasn't- I was-
corporation start? What
hold
year
on
did
here.
they?
1871, when they ratified the 14th Amendment. Aren't you?
So almost
You're supposed
100
to.
years.
You're
Huh.
supposed to have freedom of religion in America, yes, and in Canada, right? If you enter Temple of Justitia, which is the lady justice with the blindfold and the scales, you put in Temple of Justice, it comes up to the United States Supreme Court building. It's the court system's a pagan religion. You're practicing pagan religions. That's exactly what it is. So by having that,
I see how they're doing these laws, man. Like they just raided a guy's. I just read it earlier in this video because he put a lady's driving record, which is public information, in a newspaper article. They raided his newspaper place and took all his equipment and stuff. The police did. So now they're going to say, even though that's freedom of speech, right? They're going to start, it's like they want people to know their so-called rights. They're going to use that against us. They're going to say, well, because we speak against their agendas. It's dangerous to our this and that. And they're going to just add more laws. And, they need people like us to stand against what their agendas are so they could create more fucking laws. The laws are bullshit. But like I said, I would love to take them to court, these corporations, for murdering people. But most of the people that had like parents that were murdered, they already accepted money. Me, I don't want no money, even though it sounds good and I could use it. I don't want money. I want them in jail or worse, sentenced to death. To me, that's more than murder, bro. That's genocide. Like say Phil goes to a stream and dumps chemicals in it, and the people downstream die. What do you think's gonna happen to Phil when they catch him? But because these people are part of a fucking clubhouse, like little boys, they look out. It's a gang. It's just like a fucking gang, man. They look out for each other. They don't tell on each other. And, who would want to be like, imagine someone comes to you and they say, well, you got to show us you're really a part of this brotherhood, man. You got to murder your mother or do some shit like that. And then they record you and hold that against you to blackmail you, to use you. Who the fuck wants to be a part of some snake-ass people like that? Blows my mind. People do anything for money and material garbage.
You see what's really happening in Maui?
No, what happened?
Well,
Marcel sent me something.
They're calling
wildfires.
They're calling it wildfires, but it's directed energy weapon attacks.
Yeah, I seen a video. Marcel sent me something that said all I could read was lights in the sky.
See, when it first started, they said that I was watching the text on the morning news. They said the death toll was 83, and in 3 days the death toll was still like 90. So that was crazy. It's thousands murdered.
You know they're doing that, bro. They're taking the magnetic lines of the earth. They separate them in the area where they want the plasma fire to hit, and then they fucking let them slap back together, bro. And that slap back together is what causes that plasma fire, and they can direct it right where they want it.
Oprah wants that land. They're going to turn the island into a smart island. And like the generations and generations of Hawaiians, they're literally murdering the whole.
I wonder how long these people have really been alive. How long do you guys think these fucking leaders have really been alive? And they just get new names after a while. I've been thinking like that. Like, how long these motherfuckers have been alive controlling us? These leaders around our planet. How long have those motherfuckers really been walking this earth?
Who knows?
I think they've been here a long time. Maybe they're really vampires.
Chris.
That's what the real vampire is. You suck off society with the real blood.
Facts, AK. Hey, it's just like that picture of me. I'm a vampire. That was the old Renaissance picture of me.
You look like a fucking shroom zombie.
I'm talking about here, this right here, this picture.
You look like the Christmas version of the Mona Lisa. Sorry, you know what I mean. It's on top of my head.
Oh, the curvature of the Earth. It's right here.
Oh shit, there it is.
Found it.
You found it, bro. Damn, what are you wearing on your fucking wrist? A brick? It's a G.I. Joe brick. See, this is my ultra utility watch. It does everything.
Ow.
Hey, that was crazy.
Yeah,
Y'all were bringing up Hawaii because I'm drinking this Hawaiian ginger drink right now.
Huh.
That sounds good.
Look,
And
I can't. It's about a
Mountain
mile
Dews.
long. It's about a mile long. I'm gonna prove my point now. Even with a camera, I can't even see a mile. But you could look up and see light years away. Get the fuck out of here.
See, the
But
Mountain Dew drinks are advertising. Dew is
Well,
DEW, directed energy weapon, and that they have Mountain Dew, all the different ones like Inferno and Maui,
wow,
Maui Blast, and
that's a good one.
It was with the California fires too. It was the same thing. Mountain Dew.
Mm,
Showing you in hidden sight.
that's when I wish I could share my screen because Faceplant's right. I remember someone making a video on that. And yeah, in Maui, I'm gonna look at that what you sent me, Marcel. You sent me a video, and it said all I seen was lasers are seen in Maui. Yep, and I guarantee you, just like California, if you align, what? Damn, almost got ran over by a 10 speed. I think it was the pipeline where the fire was. They were putting that pipeline through there, if I'm not mistaken. And the maps, they lined it up. It was perfect. How long are these weapons? Or like I have a video I sent to Marcel and Dean and everyone about they have a laser gun that cuts trees down. And when the guy cut the tree down, I thought of the giant Titan trees that used to be here and how flat that laser must have cut them trees.
I don't think they're using a laser.
Yeah, they are.
I think they're inducting the magnetic fields on the planet, and they're fucking slapping them together. When that happens, it's creating a plasma effect. And it's
They're doing what?
They're creating plasma fire. It's coming from the ground up. They're using the magnetic lines on the planet to do it. Well, we know we're in a magnetic. Even if it's not a planet, if it's all flat, it doesn't matter. They can still move fucking magnetic bands around.
They could use the sun.
That's how they're causing it to do what it's doing. I've been looking into it. I don't know if you guys have been looking into plasma fire.
What if they're using the sun? What if they're using the
I don't know.
chemtrails?
There might be a weapon that's using the sun, but I know about the plasma. I know how they're
David.
using the magnetic fields and using to induce plasma fires. I've been
Check out
searching
check out
this
the
stuff up
channel.
for 2 years now.
Check out the channel. A Plain Truth 15. A Plain
Oh, no.
PLANE Truth 15.
1 second.
It's got all of that stuff.
Damn, that's his 15th channel. Like,
Yeah.
I remember when Plain Truth had 1 channel. I'm subscribed to him. Now he's at 15. Holy shit!
The
He's
channel
up
that I
to
love,
6.
Face Planet,
It's
Jeff
mostly-
Snyder 2. The number 2.
Jeff,
Yeah.
Schneider there was a plant. Look
This
at
guy.
these
Giant
clouds.
tycoon. He also has a third channel too with the number 3, bro. But his 2 is back up and going.
But anyway, they could create plasma weapons by using magnets.
Check him out.
They got weapons. They've been using the sun. Damn, why do I keep hearing myself? Who's recording the live, man? Like, I don't care if people record, but every time I hear my voice, it gives me flashbacks of the 90s when I used to be on the phone and hear my voice repeat itself. I would hang up. The police are coming. Can't believe it's 2023. When I think about the 90s, the best days of my life, I'm like, where the fuck did life go?
Right?
That shit
Where
flew
did
by
it
like
go?
a jet. Who sped the clock up?
He said, I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back.
You know how you used to be able to count seconds by 1001, 1002?
Yeah, I can't do it for 1 Mississippi.
Try doing that to a clock now. You can't keep up.
They sped it up.
Yeah, that's why I was just tripping. Just being stoned. But you're the first person that's mentioned that. I've ever thought of it, I never said it to anybody else, but I thought that one time. Because I tried doing the Mississippi
What?
thing. Mississippi.
Look at Orphan Annie
It
said.
doesn't match no more.
She said, we had a vintage car stolen. Then the cops refused to give it back when recovered. Then it racked up impound fees that we were unable to afford to get it. Yeah, that's all by design, Orphan Annie. These people are criminals. They liked your car, so they said, they probably looked up. Yo, these people can find out anything, man. They could, if they got connections in the bank, they could find out how much money you got, how much you make. Oh, let's rack Orphan Annie's bill up so they can't afford to get it out, and we'll keep the car. Like, these people are that connected. Some people, all through the lodge, they know lawyers, they know public defenders or public pretenders, they know prosecutors, fucking police chiefs. They suck each other's nutsacks behind the scenes.
And worse,
Yeah, and worse is right.
they probably share each other's children.
Woo! That's deep. That's fucked up, man. I would fucking, oh my god, bro. I keep hearing myself. That's crazy. That's Chomo status. And
It's,
that's a death sentence. If you walked into a prison with charges like that, you better go to PC because they're gonna put holes in you. You wouldn't make it a night there. As soon as they found out your charges, you're getting holes put in you. People are looking for people with charges. They're so bored. They want to stab somebody. That's sad, right? And they're looking.
I'm glad I'm not that person anymore, bro.
Before you even get to the cell block, if you're not on TV and a CO sees your charges, the CO is going to tell the top people in that tier you're coming to. So they already know you're coming way before you get there. Hey, you got a Chomo coming. Crazy shit. But they did. Let me not say that.
Chuck,
What?
when I unmute, is there an echo? Because that used to happen to me, and it didn't for the longest time. So now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
So see if you have an echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
still have it.
I'm not recording anything,
Huh.
but I used to
I mean-
have that problem before.
Yeah, I don't hear you echoing, but I hear me.
And sometimes when I put stuff in the chat, it puts it in double. It's like there's an extra fucking doppelganger
Somebody's listening in your line.
attached to me, and like there's
Yeah,
a doppelganger there or something.
there could be. There could be, very well. These.
Notice how I'm not fading now, but you've got that echo. It's like some kind of bullshit. I don't know, man.
These hackers, if they can't, I don't know. I always thought that if they can't get to me directly, they'll find loopholes. The government got definitely some good hackers that work for them. Like, people think because they got iPhones, they can't be hacked. That's bullshit. You know how easy it is to hack a phone? Look, I realize when you're typing with Google, what is it called? The Google thing you use to type your things, it's recording everything you type. That's how it memorizes things you type. So, I went to download an app to change my typewriter thing to put a picture in the background, and it warned me. It said, this app is recording everything you type. And it made me think, well, damn, if that's the case, a hacker, all they got to do is go into your memory from the Google thing, and they can find out anything you've been typing. Your bank numbers, the codes to this and that. I mean,
And you can uninstall the app, but it always leaves something behind
a trail, right?
that you can't uninstall. It's still there in your device, and you can't uninstall it.
Yeah, the police, I mean, they're not going to come out and say that's how they break in the phones. But even iPhones, they're not unhackable. The government can hack anything. They can hack the cameras in your house and look at what you're doing all day long. People don't believe me when I say that.
You can't hack it, but it's all virus.
Yeah, it's hackable. Anything's hackable.
Yeah, but not by you.
Well, I've seen
It's
my
hackable.
friend Big Tom. My friend Big Tom, rest in peace. He knew how to hack porn sites. He could hack damn near any site. He showed me one day. I said, "Get the fuck out of here!" And he says, "What do you want? Show me something that costs money. A site that you got to pay for." So I said, "Fuck it. Show me." I picked any porn site. I told him, "You pick the porn site." Hacked it. Got me up. I'm like, wow. This dude just knows how to show the password. You know how, like, he was able to make, like, you know how people have passwords to get into sites and shit? You could hack and make it show the passwords. There's many different ways, and you're in for free. Now he's dead. He's been dead for a long time, so sucks. He was very good.
How did he do it, if you don't mind I ask?
Well, he was very huge as a person. He had a lot of weight to him. But, and I don't want to, like, tarnish his name or nothing, but he had his demons. I don't know which fucking lawnmower. I don't know if it was his health. Well, obviously it was. He died in his sleep. That's the third friend I had that died in their sleep. It's crazy, man. But he was a genius, man. That my friend Big Tom was very, very intelligent with computers. Back in 2000, and I used to get albums before they came out. Like, he was very good at computers. He was very good at it. He's the type of person that'll steal a penny from 6 million people and be rich. So, but that's all gone.
We don't even have pennies in Canada anymore.
What?
Yeah, they did away with them a few years ago. I don't know how many years ago, but yeah. So if your price for whatever is rounded up or down to the nickel.
Wow. Yep, they're slowly going to do away with all the money right in our face. It's sad. It's so easy, too, for us to stand our ground. But people have excuses after excuses. And I get it. Some people have families, blah, blah, blah. But if I had children, it would make me want to stand my ground even more. Because I wouldn't want to see my children grow up in a fucking prison even worse than what we had to grow up in.
You almost have to be a hermit to avoid all the bullshit.
Yep.
There's all kinds of mouse traps, no matter what you're trying to do.
Yeah. The police are the #1 trap. They'll make shit up as they go along. That's why I like those auditors, man. They just reveal their tyranny. I get a kick out of watching these cops. They look so, to other people, they fall for that shit, but I see it coming a mile away. That's why your best bet is to just say nothing. Just stand there when they ask you questions. Don't say nothing. Don't even feed into that shit. As soon as you start answering questions, you're fucked. They're going to build a fucking case on you. You have a right to remain silent. It's the first thing they tell you. Better fucking use that. As soon as they ask a question, just say lawyer.
And a cop to identify himself when he comes to your door. If he doesn't, he might be a Mason pretending to be a cop just to get information and get you to entrap yourself.
Yeah.
You don't even have to talk to them. That's how they put you in their jurisdiction by you following their orders.
Look at the guy Orphan Annie was saying in their town it happened, their city. The cops, he came outside with his weapon on his property, legally able to carry it, and they shot him in his back and paralyzed him. I think it was the same guy who stuck his middle finger up at the cops, and they pulled him over for that. You know, cops get butthurt because you stick your middle finger up at them. They think they're fucking Mr. I don't know.
Or he was already a targeted individual, and then they provoke him into something, right?
Yeah. Like, just because you're a cop doesn't mean people can't. Like, cops think because you have a weapon on you, they could disarm you. Even if it's you're legally eligible to carry that weapon, they think they could just disarm you because they're Mr. Police. That's not true at all. But people just go along with it. Oh, it doesn't hurt. Just do it. Do what they say. Like, yeah, what? Fuck that, man.
Fuck that.
I refuse to fucking just do what they say and it'll go easier. What do I look like, a sucker? You're trying to fucking sucker me, man. And and that's how they get away with everything. Is people just, oh, it's so much easier to do what they say, man. I don't want to end up going to court. I don't, all this. I don't know, man.
Charles, can I share something?
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't matter if it's a police officer, whoever. When somebody pulls over anybody and says you have the right to be silenced, who's the one that has to be silent? Who is it? This is where I'm going to tap in on the sovereign part. When police officers pull anybody, usually more times than not, you're driving something. It's commerce at that point. No different when people play the game of bear arms. You're literally allowed to bear your arms. But when you have somebody else's device, excuse me, like a gun, you now are into commerce. So now The police officer, more times than not, I don't care if they've been with their constable, aren't really going to understand all of that. They're just going to play on these different programs. So now the right is your sovereign being, the one that speaks. That is what it is. The vessel you have is already belonging to this realm. It's a suit, temporary as it may be. Most of them are stamped. Every time we jump in a car, you're actually playing with fire, thinking you could end it sooner than later. Forget about suicide. So now, when people come to that some sort of awareness, they realize, well, then what do the laws apply to? It's like morality. When people have moral conversation, are we talking about who we truly are, or are we talking about the physical? Because your body doesn't need to speak, and it does speak in its own way because it's its own intelligence. It's like a computer, and then there's a program that's within the computer. You can put a voice to it if you want. So now, when you start going into court and you start playing all this free man, all that, that's the game. Regardless if you know how to maneuver around it, but you've already took the wrong door, because you forget that silence, peace, be in a state of peace, silence, where you don't have to speak anymore. You can go inwards, and then you can do the state of meditation, listening. You're listening from within inside. Something will tell you, today's not your lucky day, Charles. Let him go. The guy had a bad day. Him and his wife had an argument. He just happens to be in a uniform as a police officer. He's just doing his job, or she's just doing their job, unaware of all the different structures around it. Now, once you start going into court, now you've chosen to go deeper into the game. Now, I would tell some people, I said, if you want to play this rabbit down a hole or whatever, first of all, put on a caution, because you're not a rabbit. And if you want to go downwards, that's fine. This is where a lot of us forget all this stuff. They play this game. Even you said earlier, when in your previous time through a recording called memory, you remember life. So now let's play the game of life now. In that moment, what is actually life? Are we talking about prawn and chi? Are we talking about our essence? Or are we talking about some recorded messages based on your body? Just because something moves in this realm doesn't mean it's alive. It's just a movement. So now when somebody cuts themselves and say, okay, make an observation. Is the healing done from without or from within? It's from within. So we're literally living more times than not in one lifespan from within inside that vessel with the illusion that we're outside of it. Oh, look at there. I'm over there. No, you're still here. Oh, look at me in the shower. No, you're still here. Now, some people can tap into all the different planes and chakras and all the expansion of it, such as, and again, I'm just using words, guys, here, whether it's actually the astral plane or the emotional plane or the mental plane. People misguide themselves. They think the mental plane and the brain are the exact same thing. Okay, that's fine. Play with it, but at least examine it. Most people try to defend their positions, hence why they have points of views and they want to argue with people. I'm like, okay, so how do you argue with another person that's aware that you don't see it through my senses? Then what are they really doing? They're playing a game with themselves. They're better off putting a mirror in front of themselves. Excuse me, guys. A mirror in front of themselves and say, okay, so what am I arguing for and for who? That could be within. Something inside is saying, listen, you're really not going to listen to me. And even if it is, people want to play it's an angel, it's a demon, you should still be able to question it. How does it serve me that I follow you? Anyway, I went on again, guys.
Go ahead, anyone that wants to speak. Peace, Osanyemi. Yeah, it's a big game to these people, these laws. And once you start, a cop loves fishing, man. And once you get hooked, like I said, man, they're going to build a case on you. Once you start answering questions, they get mad too when you say, I don't answer questions. It really fires them up.
Cops came to my house one day. They said, the neighbors are wondering if you're okay. And he starts asking me if I'm okay. I said, are you okay? Asking me my birthday. I said, what's your birthday? I said, I said, there's no reason for you to be here. And they both looked down and at their feet and walked away.
I'm still here, guys. I'm just in a phone call. Sorry. Listening though.
Oh, Phil, you still here? Anyway,
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Michigander, Michigander wanted to get a hold of you. Now that you're here, I don't know if I have, I don't know if I have your phone number, but I would ask you first before I give it away. But he wanted to speak to you. I don't know if I have it anyway. I think you changed your number, but he needs to get, what's that called? Telegram. That would be perfect to him. But yeah, he wanted to speak to you about something.
Yeah, I talked to him. I put
Oh, you
my
did?
new
Good.
number. Yeah, I put my new number in the back chat.
All right.
It's all 9. It's all 9.
Hey, it's a number. It's a number I could get a hold of you with if I have to. Copy. Yeah, this world is something else. But when you just like don't think about all this stuff, I don't know. It becomes a headache, man, learning a lot of this stuff. It just adds to the stress level. You got to learn to just not let it stress you out.
My thing is avoiding bullshit. It's very lonely, but
Yeah,
less trouble.
yeah. I try to stay away from like I'm always by myself, man. I'm a loner unless I'm on here for the most part. And I'm for the most part, I get my exercise in and then I'm home. Ever since prison tamed me to be able to what's the word I'm looking for? All my energy I'm able to what's the perfect word I need here?
Direct yourself again.
Yeah, direct. You're able to direct
You're able to have peace again.
Yeah. Instead of me always being fidgety and wanting to move around, I know how to. Anyway,
you know how I did it? I always kept a hot rod, and I always took my guitar. I'd pick up my guitar and wail the shit out of my guitar to get my anger out, or I'd go get my hot rod and go find a spot where they wouldn't incarcerate me and beat the fuck out of it, whether it blew up or not. I'm not joking. It's how I got my nickname.
Oh man, that's a good way to. I need that word. I can't think of it. I'll think of it at some point. It'll come to me. My brain's like old and ran down.
I feel you, my friend.
My brain needs an oil change.
They say honey is the nectar of the gods.
Yeah, and I've also heard honey is bad for you, people say, but everyone's different.
Honey was one of the last things I quit when I went vegan.
But I don't know, man. Honey's natural, but they say it's the bees throw up or something. I heard it regurgitates.
It does taste like
I just
spit.
found out from a high level Buddhist priest or whatever they call it. I don't know what they call him, but he says it's the closest thing to human blood.
I don't see how it could be bad for you.
It's not. I'll tell you why. If I drink my coffee and put 1 teaspoon of sugar in it, my mug and teeth and shit hurt for a week. I can put as much honey in my coffee and suck it down and nothing, nada.
I use maple syrup. I feel better using maple syrup than sugar.
I love maple syrup too. That's good in coffee, but it sticks to my teeth, it seems. So I stick with the honey.
You ever notice? I just want to jump back to law real quick. They got that statue with the lady blindfolded. Well, I found the statue of her with no blindfold. It's from the 1800s.
Yep.
They blindfolded that bitch on
That's why.
purpose.
That's why Lincoln. That's why Lincoln is sitting in front of the White House. It's to mock us when they sold us back to the Queen.
Ah, that bitch. I always knew we were under the crown. That Civil War is cocky pock.
Yup. It was. They were fighting for our fucking freedoms. They lied about everything, bro.
Yeah, all these presidents are related to the Queen. How's that?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Fucking. They blindfolded her. Because the judges, they'd be like, "Oh, you think you're a smart ass? You know the law really good, huh?" And they'll convict you anyway. Like they're blind to being, they're blind to the truth, and they're blind to being fair. If that's the word I want to use, upholding the law. They don't care if their feelings get hurt. They'll smoke your boots that day. Judges are the most criminal motherfuckers.
Yes. Can I butt in? I don't want to butt in or cut in, but Phil told me to read the Bible, and I grabbed this dude's Bible that was here from Detroit, and I tried to help this little kid, and he's just spun out. And he took off. He left me. He was sent here to do a job growing marijuana in a 120-foot greenhouse that I got, and I built this greenhouse by myself. And this little kid was sent here to take care of the stuff. So I got all the plants and stuff in the ground with him and took make sure he was set up. And that was my job, was to make sure that his stuff was set up, and he took care of that. Well, all of a sudden, this kid runs, he ditches. He has his girlfriend come up and get him, and he just disappears. Well, I hadn't been down in the greenhouse for a month or better. And I walked down there, and I'm shook. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? And he left all of his stuff here. Well, he left a Bible, and it had his name on it. I opened this fucking Bible up to read, like Phil said, and the first thing it was marked to was the punishment for the judges and the lawyers. They get the worst of it.
They're the most criminal. If one of their brothers come into the courtroom, they don't care what they've done. They're going to get them off.
I got a sign that copper flying is bad. It'll fuck up the time or something. I don't know, man. I'm spun out kind of.
Yeah, I know you were saying that. That shooting copper bullets. It's all quiet. People say in the history books, America is going to be the greatest country that fell, and no one did anything about it. America been fell since 18-something when it became a corporation. That was their plan from the jump. That was their plan in the 1777 or whatever year it was they signed their Constitution. They were all in on it. 100 years later.
It was made to take down.
Look,
shit.
Man, I like helping people, and I keep getting cast when I can't hang no more.
Chris, you gotta hold on, because I got 6 people up here.
Down.
I can fall back onto the chat if you want, Charles.
Yeah, if any. He left.
Okay.
He left. Come back, Chris. There's a spot open.
There's a spot. It's a spot on the bus. It's a spot on the bus.
Damn, 2 people left. Holy smokes.
Courtesy.
Bill left. Yeah. Come back, Christos. Chris, I'm gonna call Chris Ghostface. Because he comes and then he disappears without saying anything. He like vanishes. He's like, a ghost.
I've always lived free, dude. I mean, I'm a wild out kind of guy, but there's a choice. It's a choice, right and wrong. That's all there is to it, dude. And you can live and do what you want and have fun and not hurt people and break it's a natural law, dude. They got everybody spun out. I don't know what to take for good information or bad no more because it's that bad, but it was designed that way.
True. Life.
Well, that's just it from what I'm gathering at my visual sight and knowledge that I got. They're suckering the whole fucking world right now.
Oh
Yeah.
most definitely.
The TVs, man. I think the TVs they're in every single house, every single room. I think these new TVs are hypnotizing even more.
Yes.
LEDs and all that.
Here's the deal. From the information I got from my studying and stuff, that's why they kicked us out of the Garden of Eden. Eden was eating the apple. Apparently, there's a knowledge worm or something in the apple, and the technology pulls it to the retina.
Yeah, a worm is kind of like a snake.
Parasite.
Yeah.
Some
They're
ways.
Listen. That's what that CERN is. I can go deep, but you guys got to buckle up and hold on and just kind of. I'm
There is
not
kind of like a
100.
similarity there.
Listen, I'm not 100% sure on this. But they're gonna pull like Ghostbusters, and when they pull the plug on everybody, their spirits will go up, and then they'll turn that CERN on and snatch their spirits.
So, damn, I thought of something like that with the link thing they got in the sky. I thought that was gonna be the what is it called? The
Starlink.
Starlink.
Yep.
Yes.
No, that's not what it is. That's to keep us imprisoned here. That's to keep us imprisoned here, and if we run out of the continent, boom. They took my tonsils out, and I think there's a chip in my throat, and that makes people see me different. They turned some form of an AI on. The channel start date of my channel date is when they turned it on. So now preachers are looking at me and they're scared as shit. I've double checked myself, and I'm just Daniel, man. I'm just a human, but they're gonna pull a psyop on the world, and people are gonna kill people, innocent people, thinking they're a demon, and they don't get the ticket. I don't know what to do, man.
Sounds like a Black Mirror episode that's out there.
It is.
Getting people to kill other people under the illusion that they're monsters or something.
Well, unfortunately, it don't work on me. So, with that being said, the way my mind works and stuff, I can remember stuff like what. I mean, I got some memories that slip. Don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, but the way my mind works, I have to trigger 3 senses or more, or I can't focus straight. Well, since I quit listening to music like 8 years ago, so that my blood is pure from that memory water shit, I ran across that water memory, and when I was watching the video on that water memory stuff, it shook me to the core because I've been a hardcore Slayer fanatic my whole life because they stood up for our freedom of speech. I actually can't stand the fucking singer at all. I can't stand the singer at all. But when I watched them stand up for our freedom of speech, this is what I watched as a kid. I watched Metallica come on the news, and they were blaming Metallica for 4 skinheads killing some black folk. And the thing is, the very next day, Metallica is running to win. They're not even on the news, and it's Slayer and a band called Mayhem. I think it's Mayhem. And that's the cross. The guy upside down cross carved in the floor.
Damn, bro. My bad. Keep going.
Anyways, I watched them fight for our freedom of speech, and that's when they put the little black label on the CD that says parental advisory. And they try to give credit to that now to some black rapper, and that is not the real history. I remember the real history.
Side note coming in, freedom from speech, hence silence. When you speak a language, you are now under that realm. How can a person be free when they're actually speaking some other nation's language? Just ponder it, boys.
The word freedom says it all. You must be dumb if you think you're free.
Freedom from speech. Break the words down and the order that they're in.
Yeah, freedom.
No,
You must be dumb if you think you're free.
No.
Freedom.
Freedom.
That's my saying.
Okay, freedom. The word from speech. If you don't speak, you're in a state of silence. But when you speak, now you're in that realm.
Yeah,
What comes with speech, whether you resist from music and the sound or whatever, there's actually frequencies in all of that. And as Michigan was sharing, sorry if it's not, I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
Well, yeah, I know that.
It affects the liquid. Well, you probably do know, Charles, but you're recording this, so there's a whole bunch of other people that might look at this information. I always talk like there's thousands of children around me.
True.
If it's going to just be just me and you, it'll be a different conversation. It will be done in private now. But since I'm talking to you in public, I'm going to share only certain things. So now when I say I share certain things, it's because I'm the student as I'm hearing myself say it out loud. So I'm using a voice now, and there's frequency and sound and all of that. And it can shapeshift a lot of what we call material. Hence why when I hear people talk about an evil world, let me change the word, a material world. Good, spirit and material. You're living in a realm called spirit and material. And when you observe things, now you realize, how do I describe those things? Do you do it with thoughts? Do you do it with words? Do you do it with scribbles, hence sigils? Once you're aware of all those stuff, then you can actually participate a little bit more maneuvering in this realm. But there is rulers in this realm. And a lot of people have forgotten. They become disobedient because they think they can outlast it. Okay, fill your boots.
Another three-pointer from Dom. Succession of three-pointers. But I like what you said, though. You know, speaking as if there's thousands of children listening. Like, always presenting information, or not always, but a lot of the times presenting info on the stream. Just keeping in mind that anyone could be listening. So you might as well, you know, sometimes break things down, even if they are the basics. It never hurts, because you never know who's going to end up hearing this.
At this point right now, I really don't think it matters.
No, it matters. We need as many warriors as we can get.
I keep getting the sign that all we have to do is say no and arrest them. That's all we have to do. It's simple. One word, no. I think if I can get help with certain discernment, I have the keys and knowledge. I just don't understand it.
We all have the key of knowledge. We're able to discern things and make judgment. Here's your key. Use it wisely.
Well, I can see through the matrix to where if I keep myself calm and use the words precisely and think about them, I pretty much can control people, but I can't break their free will.
Mm.
I don't know how to explain it, but
how that ball's real, huh?
no, I don't. That's just it. But I don't have a negative intention. I want to. It's like a give and take thing. Like I needed a ride to get the groceries and stuff, and a guy needed tires on his truck.
I think you're using karma in real life. You know.
That's how I live, dude. And the thing is, like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of lost right now and could use a hand.
Yeah, sometimes riding the wave of karma is a bitch.
I've been out here secluded to myself for almost a decade by free will.
Yeah, I'm about to be fucking having a lot of fun myself, but I'm not going to be sitting here this winter. I'm going to travel across America on my S10.
You should go down to Mexico, New Mexico, and fucking where it's warm.
Oh, I'm gonna go somewhere
Get out of Dodge.
I'm gonna go see my mother and my father, my grandparents. Really die.
And embrace those times. I haven't seen my mother in 21 years.
My wife and my mom and my dad.
And it gets harder and harder. The older people say it'll get easier, but the older I get, the more I think back and realize my mother was right about so much she said, and it hurts even more. So to me, it don't get easier; it gets harder.
I just got a free trailer yesterday too, bro. No shit. Like I was coming, or it was the day before yesterday. I was coming back from Hayward, and Mark and Justice like passed a trailer that was on the side of the road. Like it's like the back half of a Nissan pickup truck, you know. It's like one of those. Yeah. So it's like a mini truck trailer. So it's like the same ride height and everything as my S10 already, bro. Like it was made for my motherfucking S10, man. And they picked it up. It was 2 miles outside of Seward. Justice convinced Mark, the new kid, he's like 21. He's that new guy mining with me. He convinced Mark to swing back around and get it, right? Mark was in and keep driving. And then the kid gave it to me when I got back to camp. And I was just talking to the kid 3 days before that. Well, let me tell you guys this. Hold on, this is trippy. Just 3 days before that, I was just telling the kid, yeah, I want to find a little, a small like half truck trailer for cheap that's like the same ride height as my truck. And I want the front to have like the diamond plate grill and stuff that you can see through, you know, so you can step on it and everything. You don't have to like get your leg caught in the frame or anything. And that's exactly what I got. That's 3 days later. And I was just telling the kid that karma's real and that we can manifest things and that things will coalesce in your life if you live with the golden rule in your heart at all times. And then that happened.
My man, you're a friend of mine. Hey, listen, I keep getting weird. I walk through the woods and stuff, and I like to follow the animals, especially in storms, because I know they'll take me to safety. And
yes, they will.
The animals all live underground.
Yeah.
And then to top it off, they're leading me to plants, and every single fucking plant that I'm coming across will fix all this bullshit. And then I keep getting the thought of the Georgia Guidestones and what it says in there. I think if we work as a team, we can fix this. I'm hoping this is a major scare event, but these people are sick, so I got an odd feeling.
If we do work as a team, we can fix it, but we got to figure out how to have different, you know, like forms of communication that they can't fucking listen in on. You know, they own all that. They own the airwaves. So, you know, they already have dominance.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, if you're living in the karma way and the right way, they cannot touch you.
Oh, you mean by doing it that way? Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Now listen. That alchemy sign that me and Charles had found. I was having Charles and Bex look up an alchemy sign. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to take care of the vax. That'll help the people with the vax. I swear on my life, man.
Oh.
It's well, that's just it. It's a form of a
Anything can help
parasite.
it, you know. I'm hopeful for.
Well, that's just it. It's a form of a parasite. And I was when I was going through some type of a conscious shift or something like that, and I was walking through the woods during a wicked storm a few years ago, and the deer led me to a pine tree. And I did a little research on the pine, and I found out that the pine trees grow in 3, 6, and 9, depending on breeds, the cycle of when they spit the pine cones. And I also found out that pine is the one thing on earth that you can eat that will pass a parasite and not hurt the fetus in the body of a womb.
Really?
Yes.
Time to eat some pine seeds. They're actually not that bad if anybody hasn't had them.
I don't know if it's pine seeds. I just know that what I read was
if you eat the seed, it's gonna be you would think, right? Like it would have the same properties in there. And
listen, I'm eating it. I'm eating it, and it took away the squiggles out of my eyes from using the phone. I had to quit using the phone because I was getting them white dots in my eyes, and I was like, "Oh hell, yeah!" I was like, "Oh heck no!" So I just
I don't have that stuff that much anymore.
I'm real sensitive
from my electronics a lot more now.
Yeah, but that's just it. I've been out here for a decade, bud. I've got my system so clean. I can hear a car's tires 3 miles, 4 miles off.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. That's how it is when I'm out on the mine site. I can hear
my soul is so clean that the animals want to be with me. I can walk out. I can walk up. I can shoot a deer and eat her, and her children will let me walk up close to them. That kind of spun me out for a minute. I had to really do some soul searching right there. I was like, man.
Yeah, because you are the new mother. That's why.
Yeah.
You took the mother's spot.
It's not
just they could smell her scent on you. You ate her.
We're the smartest, most dominant thing on this planet, and they recognize that. So
yeah, but that's just it.
I don't know. I think animals are smarter.
You know.
Hey,
they're very smart.
Hey, we are not the top of the food chain. Do you know how high above the trees are of us? We feed the trees, dude. I'm serious, dude. I could, like I said, I've cleaned my soul and everything so clean, and the knowledge that I learned from all across this country and all the different walks of life. I've come to the conclusion and realization that it's a gift. That, you know, the Creator gave me a gift naturally, and I did it naturally. And they're trying to take it. I can't have that, dude. They're hurting my family. I'm gonna fuck them up.
The wildlife is letting us come to their level. Yeah, the wildlife, animals, people like the crocodile dude. I'm sticking my finger up its ass. The world's most dangerous crocodile. Like, and then he gets mauled. Or no, that was another dude. He got hit in the heart with the, what are the things called? Anyway, yeah, stingray. But people say, why did the bear attack me and rip my chest off? Well, first of all, we've been shooting the fucking bears, or not we, but people have been shooting bears, all, you know, and deer and all this shit. Like, I would have a problem shooting a deer to survive. That shit really bothers me when I see an animal dead. I don't know why, but it really puts a strain on me when I see an animal dead. I feel like that shit's fucked up. Like the animal had just as much right to live as me. So Chuck would probably starve in the woods, because my whole thing is, why take an animal's life when we could grow our own fucking... Mother Earth gives us the opportunity to grow and eat plants and fruit and stuff, but yet people still kill animals because they know nothing else. They don't know how to work the earth and grow food. Not all people, but you know, the Bible says, God said to grab the earth by its nuts. I don't know the exact saying, but you know, God didn't, or the Creator didn't put animals here for us to eat them. Meat tastes like shit anyway, until you put seasoning on it. Imagine eating meat raw, bloody, with no seasoning. Your body don't want it. It would throw up. You would throw up. Your body don't want that garbage. People say there's protein in meat. Yeah, there's protein in fucking peanuts. Pine needle tea. So you guys didn't find any big gold nuggets, AK?
Oh, I'm on a go, brother. I'm gonna be leaving here in a couple hours and getting back out there and punching my hole down the bedrock. I got about a 20 by 20 hole, 4 feet deep. Bedrock's on the edge of the fucking hole already. Went down. Already got a couple ounces in the box at least. Got to. I seen that loaded down to the 5th earth all the way across before I put more material on it. Yeah, I don't know if I got any nuggets underneath that though, but I might. If I got gold all on top of the ripples like that, all the way across in the top, like I seen it, there might be some gold nuggets underneath there. I am in the area where I did get the nuggets from my truck, so we should be getting some nuggets there.
Yeah, AK's mic is choppy, Chris said. What would I eat in the winter time, Phil? That's why you grow in the summer and fall, to prepare for the winter. So, my cat is speaking to me.
Is that better than the mic?
Let me see. I bet you I'll fix it. Yeah, I'll fix it right now. It should be fixed now.
How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, I changed the settings.
Okay, sorry. I don't know how to put the settings where it's good, man. I'm always messing with it, trying to figure it out. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, we should get nuggets, bro. I'm like 50 feet upstream of where I got my big nuggets for my truck last year. So, yeah, hopefully. I haven't done a clean out yet. I think we're going to do a clean out on Wednesday. I'll post a video of the clean out. A little short. The shorts are easy for me to make. That's why I've been, post just a lot. Just post a lot of shorts. I don't have time to make my big long videos right now. But this winter I'll have time. So I got a lot of footage that you guys are going to love. I'll make episodes through the winter and release an episode every 2 weeks or so.
Hey, Dominic, what do you think about the soul?
Deep question. Ooh, good one.
Maybe he's busy. I gotta find some. I want to find some people from South America, from the islands, Hawaii, Africa. That would be sweet to have some people from Africa on here, man. I know. You know what's crazy? I had 2 more subscribers, and I look at my subscription numbers, and it's still 601. These people be just playing me left and right, man. Kim, listen, I'm from South America. But I don't know. It seems like when you present a law through trials and tribulations, whenever I've presented a law, I get resistance. Like people's egos get in the way of law too, also, besides tyranny. I haven't canned anything yet, Phil. I don't even have a way to grow my own stuff. And as far as picking it, you know, I think the government does a pretty good damn job. Like in California, there's still a few wild trees that have fruit and stuff. But as far as like, you know, mushrooms we can get wild, maybe mint here and there or stuff that grows wild, birch beer. But I don't know what we have to do, but we need to make some huge changes. People need to wake up and get out of the fucking illusion. Party time's over, you know. Who cares about your 2029 fucking Lexus coupe? Who gives a fuck about your cheap ass mansion that 70 people already lived in because it's being recycled through the monopolized system? Like I always say, these people stole everything from us, and motherfuckers got the nerve to ask them for it back. I think that's hilarious. That the hell?
Sorry, it's my phone.
But yeah, we got to make some serious changes. I'm gonna start looking into some land. If I could get 6 people, just like I said before, 6-10 people have $1,000, we could buy a serious piece of land in New Mexico. I watched a guy have desert land, and he turned his desert land. He was growing fruit.
There, man.
He grew fruit.
I can't live there. It's too hot for me, bro. My wife wouldn't be able to survive it. She's native, bro. Well,
so
it's out of the question
native,
for me, though.
Yeah, natives adapt everywhere. What do you mean?
Nah,
Her tribes usually would migrate south in the summer and north. I mean, south in the winter and north in the summer. I don't know. I definitely would love to put up a. I want to get out of the U.S. too, like soon, within the next year. I want out of here. If I could buy me a ticket somewhere and then burn my fucking, whatchamacallit. Or no, I wouldn't burn it. I would hide it somewhere. Passport. I would fly somewhere and live there. Jump the passport. When they say you got to come back, I'd be like, psych! I would have to, I told Dean, he's like, you're welcome to come out here. I was like, I'll have to learn the accent to blend in. Change my name. Crikey, mate. Change my name to fuck your mother. Some people make, I watch this channel, this guy makes, they ask you for an email address or something like that. Forgot what he was doing, but the people were reading it back, and he was putting names like forgot what he was saying, man, but it was hilarious the way he was putting people's names. I don't know what to talk about. What do you think about the soul, AK?
Oh man. What do you mean? Like, what do I think? Like in general, or just give a more like defined question?
Like, do you think we have a soul, a higher self, or what do you think a soul is? Trying to think of a
I think
better way.
soul is like our higher form of our it's like that's our ultimate. Like when we get broke down to our base form level of what we are, we're souls, and our soul is our energy, our spirit energy that's coalesced into a where we're able to think. But I think our souls need to go into vessels to learn emotions.
Yeah, because when I so-called died,
Yeah,
wherever I went, I felt the most peace. Shit, you have to give me your number, faceplant. Cause like I would talk to you behind the scenes, but I know you said you want to do farm and stuff. I'm down to do that. That would be fucking fun and hard work at the same time.
yeah.
But I'm trying to get into shape anyway. I figure like this: my life's half over. I got a nice long 40 more years to go, so I better shape up or ship out. Better get in health and start eating right and stop eating processed garbage. Start putting stuff in my body that my body needs. Start working out, getting in shape, and drinking clean water, and just getting my shit right. I wanted to put a couple baby chucks on this plane of existence, but that might not happen.
Yeah.
What the fuck was I talking about?
Souls. We're talking about souls, bro.
Do you remember the first time? Did you ever question the voice in your head? I used to always think, like, how the heck does that work? How am I talking in my mind? Do you know if you turn, have a vagina shape? If you turn your mouth sideways, it's like a vagina. It's a portal. Your third eye is a voice box, man. That blows my mind. It blows my mind that we can speak in our head without moving our lips. To this day, it does. Cause what the heck is doing that? Like, is there a chip in our brain and shit? Are we connected to some sort of we're connected to the I read about it yesterday. It was called the what's the name of that stone, man? That guy was talking about. He called it it's gonna drive me nuts now. The Bok stone. I forgot. Phil would know what it is. This guy said it in his video. He called it not the Ka, not Ba. It was called the fuck. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Faceplant, didn't you give me your email address? I think you did one day. Ben stone. Yes, thank you, Bex. Damn. I call it the Bok stone. Yeah, the Ben stone. I don't buy the part where the Ben stone came from outer space and then it started to send a beacon to monkeys' heads and change them. I'm not buying that, but it could be a possibility. Anything's possible nowadays. You know, we lie to so much. Like, that's why I always say a lot of stuff that we read and all this gibberish that we're trying to learn to become so-called intelligent could be a distraction to just keep us running in circles while these people just kill us slow. They rocked us to sleep. Many angles.
Yep. If you let them, man. But if you can see this shit, then you can control yourself to where you don't let them.
I make them think they rock me to sleep, and I keep one eye open.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I figured it.
Let me drop the link. Oh, no, 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 no. That was the wrong.
Okay, I'm back. Huh. I'm trading my 3D printer for one of the new Xboxes. That's pretty cool. Oh, man. I have to fucking drive an hour and a half on the highway to get to work. But at least
That
it's
ain't
nice.
bad.
Yeah, at least it's a beautiful drive, though. I mean, my drive to work is phenomenal. I can say that.
It just sucks that you're not getting paid hourly.
Oh, I don't mind that, man, because it's so much fun, bro. Like, it doesn't feel like work, man. Like, it don't feel like work, bro. Plus, I'm the boss out there right now. Like, Ivan's in town, man. I'm running the whole shit show out there right now, bro. I already know everything to do, so I got 2 guys out there right now.
Faceplant said I screenshotted it. It's just a phone number.
I sent you a couple pictures of my truck and trailer.
I know.
So yeah, and that's
It's
what the
a
hole
new
looks
one?
like right now, bro. That's what I'm going to right now. That's what the hole looks like exactly right now, bro. That's where my dredge is sitting. It was the latest picture. Yeah, I just got that trailer, bro. That's the one he got me, man. And Justice got it for free. I'm gonna hook the kid up with some extra gold for that motherfucker. He's getting a bonus for sure. Because I'd pay like $600-800 for that, you know. It's a nice one too. Like, we test drove it, bro. We put a fucking tow strap on
What,
it.
the red one?
And Mark rode it. Yeah, Mark rode that bitch like a chariot, bro, up and down that dirt road. You rest of my mind. You've seen it.
Oh, it's a trailer. I thought it was a truck until I looked.
No, it's my fucking truck. It's my SK with the little trailer behind it. Oh, you bugged yourself off. Nah. Looking at the pictures, hit the wrong button. My bad, bro. Oops. He'll be right back. That was fun. Mark rode that thing like a fucking chariot. We called it that. The Alaskan Golden Chariot. I hit like 40 or 50 on a dirt road with that thing at least. It was, oh man, it was fun. Mark had the biggest grin I've seen ever on his face when he got off that thing too. Oh, I gotta tell fucking. Oh wait, I'll tell Charles. Oh shit. Anybody got a lung? I need a lung transplant. Oh. Holy shit. There he is. Hey, buddy. Sorry, I made you hit the wrong button, didn't I? Checking out the pictures.
I just pissed on a tree when I was at the park. The ants were swimming in it. I was
Yes,
like,
I'm gonna take that
man.
trailer, bro. Yeah. Oh, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Skinning what?
No, it booted me out when I was saying about the trailer. I said my friend had a trailer just like that. And I used to ask him, is it legal? And he goes, yeah.
Really?
And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had
You gotta get
a blue
an
one.
812 form. And you get
Long
form
as
812. Well, in Alaska, you get form 812. And you get
Yeah.
that and you fill it out. Oh, hold on, I got the information on my phone because I gotta do it.
It's already got a brake line. It already got lights.
Yeah.
You couldn't put a license plate, even though I don't think trailers need license plates. They might.
It's got one. Mine does, but it's old. It's 2012.
And
You gotta get
yeah, and as long as it's
vehicle
hitched.
transaction application. In the state of Alaska Motor Divisions is form 812. So I gotta get this form. A home built trailer affidavit form 819. There's also a form 819 and submit it along with the vehicle inspection titles, bill of sale, and application for title and registration form 812 to the DMV. This affidavit must be notarized and executed by the person who actually bought or reconstructed the vehicle. But I got it given to me, a gift, so it was like free, but that's still like, so I bought it basically in the eyes of law. So I go that route. That's pretty cool. So I've been learning this in the past few days. And I screenshotted all these forms and stuff that I need. And like I screenshotted actually every bit of the Alaskan law pertaining to trailers and stuff too. I got like 12, 15 screenshots here. Yeah, it's pretty tight. Yeah. So, because I'm gonna put a camper top on that and like fix it up, make it nicer. I'm gonna take that front tire off right there. It's a spare tire for the trailer, but I'm gonna relocate it underneath the trailer, tucked up underneath it. That way I can use this whole front area and put like a toolbox there or something, or build a whole cabinet area thing there that's like wedge shaped. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do there yet. I might also put like maybe try to trade my Honda 4-wheeler and get a dirt bike or something and put a dirt bike on it right there. That'd be cool. A little pit bike. And then I already have a black camper top. That's like a higher one that came off the range, the one that was on the Black Ranger that I built for my buddy Eric. And because he didn't want the camper top, so I still have that. And I'm gonna put that on it because I think it's the same length and it's gonna fit on it perfect. With that on it, I could take my Honda 250 and like take my quad with me, but I'm just gonna leave my quads up here. I'll just cruise with my truck and shit. But it's gonna be a whole nother area in the back that I have that's gonna be like basically the area I stay in when it's warmer weather. If we want to, I can like sleep in that area if I want to because it'll be real hot in the camper. And I'm gonna install some windows in the camper. I'm gonna put like a boat porthole thing on the back passenger side one in the very back part, and then I'm gonna put a couple of porthole ones if I can find them. I want to get like round windows, just porthole windows on it. That's what I want. So it looks like a ship, kind of. And that way I got ventilation better because I know it's gonna be because that thing's gonna hold a lot of heat down there. It's really well insulated. It stays pretty warm in that thing actually. So the back one's gonna basically be for storage and if it's too hot to sleep in the main camper, sleep in that back one. Plus, I'm also probably gonna have it set up to where it has like a TV back there with the Xboxes and shit, and computer and stuff. And then I'm gonna get some of those badass LiPo batteries and get some solar cells, and it's gonna have a bunch of solar cells on top. It's gonna be basically my power brick unit in the back of my truck. I got plans, man. It's gonna be dope. Like, if I could get away with having a mobile grow fucking op in the back of that thing, you know, that'd be cool. But you know, that's just dreaming. Oh shit! I'm gonna travel through like all the states where weed's legal. Just take my fucking sweet ass time getting back home.
I'm going to see.
Oh man, look at this! I gotta send you this picture, man. Hold on. This picture is awesome. I ran into this coolest fucking car, bro. And I was playing leapfrog with this chick in her car all the way from Anchorage out to the mine. I mean, just fucking rad, this car, man.
Wow,
yeah,
Marcel.
It's me being a goofball with Mark. Yeah, this is when I was making the hole bigger, but it's way bigger now. Look at that car, bro. Fucking 70s Daytona. Couldn't believe it. It was so rad. And then at the weed shop yesterday, man, I ran into a Corvair. That shit was rad. I keep running into really cool cars. Like old school cars, and then like people see my old truck and they like it, you know, and sort of like checking each other's shit out, you know. It's fucking awesome. It's fucking fun, man.
Wow. No, I was looking at a picture of Hawaii, man. It reminds me of that September event, and it also reminds me of California. Wow,
Yeah.
they're even showing the laser beam that striked Hawaii.
Yeah, it comes down like a laser beam form, bro. But they're using the magnetic light, or fuck, I can't even talk right now and say it.
Ley line?
No, not ley lines. It's like magnetic lines, basically. But they have a term for it. I just forgot it right now. I'm stoned. But anyways, bro, they're taking the magnetic lines of the planet and they fucking basically bow them out, like arc them out for a minute, and then they let them slap together, bro. And then also they're using energy to make it bow out and slap together. So the laser is what you're seeing is the energy being shoved down into the lines, basically down into the earth and separating them, right? Pushing them out, like bowing them out with like a magnetic fucking coil, you know what I mean? Like an electric magnetic coil does, but just imagine it in a laser form. It magnetically pushes the lines out, bro. And then they shut it off, right? Right when it shuts off is when the damage happens. Wham!
Listen to this.
It slaps back where it's supposed to be.
It says locals in Maui were refusing to sell their land to the elites. The part of the island mainly destroyed by the fires was prime area right next to the mega mansions. Wow. That's alleged, but hey. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it, Marcel. The video you sent me about parasites, I fucking knew it. The lady was right. Voy played a video about, I have to talk to you about it behind the scenes, but I knew it, man. I fucking knew it. I thought about that one day. I was like, my mother could have easily been cured, but instead they duped her.
Yeah, something that helps you out a lot, man, is drinking pineapple juice.
Yeah, a lot of vitamin C.
Well, the pineapple juice itself, it decalcifies your pineal gland, man, and I think it does, you know, not just that. Once your pineal gland gets decalcified, I think on a subconscious level, your brain has more fighting abilities and get stuff out of you that it doesn't want in you.
Come on.
Oh man, I'm looking on the highway here in about an hour. I'm gonna go dive at the river today, bro. Oh my god, it's gonna suck. Oh, I'm already so sore. Oh, fuck. And fucking rivers kick your ass, man. I'll tell you what. Especially when you gotta move the big ass rocks out of your way. Oh. But
That's why you got dynamite.
I have old dynamite that I'm afraid to go dig up because if I hit it with the shovel wrong, it might kill me. No, I don't know. Dynamite in the river is probably not safe, bro. Because the water will get shoved out of the way violently first, and then the rocks will come and hit you. That it's, you know, behind the fucking water. Shit. You get tidal wave, then you get meteor blasted right in your face. Wow! Even for like 100.
I'm gonna play.
So dangerous.
I'm gonna play these couple of short videos, and then I gotta go do a few things.
Yeah.
Sucks. Yeah.
Alrighty,
That I
bro.
don't want to do, but I want people to see these short videos. There's one I really want to play, but it has to do with the MED, and I'm not playing it. I'll have to save that one.
Now, dude, and I'm gonna watch the videos. I'll still watch your channel if you're done. But
all right, I'm gonna play this one first. Watch this one.
All right, brother. Have a good one, y'all. Much love, everybody. I'll be watching.
First, I must say this is for educational purposes only. There's no gain off of this.
Okay, I'm not leaving that. That's just fucked up.
We're just reviewing this for educational purposes. That looked like my Uncle Larry, man.
God damn, you got an ugly uncle.
What the heck was that, man? That looked like a baby for Hollywood, for a movie they created. All right.
So today we're going to give a little update on the Hawaiian fires. Now I want you to look at this footage, and this sure doesn't look like a fire to me. It looks like something almost exploded or something went off. Now what's interesting is certain things are still standing while other things are not. Now the governor did say this is climate change doing this. Interesting. What they don't talk about is in January how they had in Maui a smart city conference to turn Maui into an entire smart island, changing everything to electric, renewables, solar panels, and pushing everybody into electric vehicles. 15-minute smart cities. So now what's also interesting is next month in September, Hawaii is hosting the Digital Government Summit utilizing AI to govern the island. It's almost like they're resetting something to start rebuilding for this in which they're trying to push. Now, when we look at all the climate change narrative that they're going to try to push, but they're not going to talk about the Weather Modification Act of 1976. I highly recommend everybody look into this act because who is involved in the weather modification activities? Department of Agriculture, Department of Defense, Department of Interior, EPA, and NASA. So if they're modifying the weather, then could they have caused this event? So if we see that the Department of Defense and other factions are responsible for modifying the weather, well then if we look at direct energy weapons, we can maybe see how this can all relate to this event.
Wait a minute. Didn't we see this somewhere before? That reminds me of the pictures I seen of San Francisco fires. Chicago fires. That was very interesting. I've seen pictures just like that when they were doing resets in the 1800s.
Damn.
Yup. Look at San
Makes you wonder how long
Francisco.
that tech has been on the planet, you know?
Right. Look at Germany when they bombed the
What were the
smithereens.
mud floods? Was that an act of war? You know what I mean? Not an actually current event. The mud floods are probably an act of goddamn war.
Well, he just said that they wanted to turn that into a smart city, but the people didn't want to sell their homes. Now what? They have no choice.
But I bet
They're gonna get.
that mud flood tech, man, could be fucking negated. That's why we don't see it again.
These people are grimy, man.
That's just been negated, bro, by the other side or something, man. It's like opposing factors, right? So the mud flood tech's been negated, so that's why we don't see it again, bro.
How much you want to bet? Peace, Mind's Eye. Peace, London. How much you want to bet that they're gonna use that DEW weapon with these fake alien invasions to annihilate cities, so they could turn them into smart cities. Smart cities.
I don't want to bet against you on that because I agree with you. I'd lose that bet. Yeah, they're already around. Those dudes are just a fucking psyop sent out to fucking make people think that shit's fucking real. God damn, man.
Yes.
Fucking real. If they are, they're probably just demons or something. I don't believe in aliens. Maybe there is,
I'm gonna
man.
play that.
But I think they're not. They're not from other fucking planets. I think they're from other dimensions.
Or other pieces of land. I'm gonna play that one more time.
So today we're gonna give a little update.
They're on other layers. Like there's like 9 layers of fucking hell or whatever, you know what I mean? And there's like 12 layers to Valhalla or whatever. And that religion, you know, there's all these layers in a lot of these religions, man. I think our reality is dimensions.
All right. Calm down, Sputnik.
Just saying, man. There's dimensions, bro.
What was Sputnik? Wasn't that a Sputnik was?
Man.
Yeah.
Calm down, satellite.
What's this video?
2 examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption on meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought, right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analog.
Oh, did this cat just contradict himself? He's telling people the world would be better if people didn't eat meat, and then he says, but I'm one of them that can't stop eating meat. Then he says we can make, you know, some people are intolerable to this and that. Did he just fucking say we can make the meat so they're intolerable, or was I tripping?
I think that's what he said.
Hold on.
So I'll give 2 examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption on meat, then it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought, right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you will become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
Hold up. That motherfucker said human engineering, and then he described about this is one method of human engineering. It means the motherfucker's got tons of methods to fucking unleash on our asses. Human engineering methods.
No, the tick was my disturbing
What,
part.
did you hear his company here? Well, bro, hold on. Break down his terminology, bro. He said this tick is just one method of human engineering that we have.
Yeah, they have it here in Connecticut. It's called Lyme disease.
No.
When a tick bites you, you get Lyme disease.
Hold on, bro. Break you to the terminology down, right? What's that motherfucker saying, bro? He mentioned human engineering twice. He said we have human engineering. We could do it with human engineering. And we have, this is just one example of our human engineering that we have to fucking unleash, is what that fool is saying.
That's crazy, right? That fool was tripping.
Fucking hell yeah, it's crazy.
I want to play this one again. This was the most interesting.
What are you saying, man? That's fucked up. That's fucking hella fucked up, bro. Like, it's on another level fucked up.
Then my question is, after that, if that guy is telling the truth, how long have they been fucking doing that? Well, hold on.
So today we're going to give a little update on the Hawaiian fires. Now I want you to look at this footage, and this sure doesn't look like a fire to me. It looks like something almost exploded or something went off. Now what's interesting is certain things are still standing while other things are not. Now the governor did say this is climate change doing this. Interesting. What they don't talk about is in January how they had in Maui a smart city conference to turn Maui into an entire smart island, changing everything to electric, renewables, solar panels, and pushing everybody into electric vehicles. 15-minute smart cities. So now what's also interesting is next month in September, Hawaii is hosting the Digital Government Summit utilizing AI to govern the island. It's almost like they're resetting something to start rebuilding for this in which they're trying to push. Now, when we look at all the climate change narrative that they're going to try to push, but they're not going to talk about the Weather Modification Act of 1976. I highly recommend everybody look into this act, because who is involved in the weather modification activities? Department of Agriculture, Department of Defense, Department of Interior, EPA, and NASA. So if they're modifying the weather, then could they have caused this event? So if we see that the Department of Defense and other factions are responsible for modifying the weather, well then if we look at direct energy weapons, we can maybe see how this can all relate to this event.
Yeah.
What was the year for that act?
1976. The same year as the Copyright Act. That's crazy. I just read the Copyright Act in 1976. Yep, just like the Copyright Act of 1976. That blows my mind. Yeah, I wrote that down. I'm going to check that out when I come home. Oh no. Hey, where'd everybody go, man? There was 10 people in here, now there's 5. I'm gonna jump out of here at 4 hours. Yeah, meat. It's like just like the realist McCoy said, what ages us fast is eating all this food. Our body is working overtime. When you eat fruits and vegetables, your body don't work that hard to digest it because it's pulling all the nutrients out of it. But when you got, it's like throwing sludge in your car. When you throw sludge in your car or in the engine, it's gonna bog and take forever. It'll just jam everything up. Just like when you eat a lot of garbage, your poop chute gets jammed up inside. You got all that backed up poop. So yeah, it really damages your insides. So yeah, it makes
Check
sense
your phone,
to
bro.
me.
I sent that act to you in entirety.
What? Okay. Oh, okay. I thought you said app. You meant act.
Act. Yeah, I sent that act to you in entirety. It's only 4.
I gotta call you,
Ooh.
Kimba, when I jump off of here.
There you go, brother. There's just some fucking knowledge to digest and eat on, bro. Ah.
Food for thought.
Food for thought,
Peace,
brother. There you
Paula.
go. You gotta look that up for you real quick and shoot you some shit.
It's not that long, is it? It can't
Nah,
be.
man.
You sent it.
It's only like 3 and like a quarter of a page. Yeah, but it's the whole thing though. You'll see it. It's the real deal. I downloaded a PDF real quick and then screenshot it and then shit to you.
All right, let me see. Boop.
Boop, 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 boop.
Okay,
Been
section
eating a lot of those
2.
magic Mario mushrooms lately. You know what I mean?
All right, section 2. It says declaration of policy, findings, or A, findings. The Congress finds and declare the following. 1, weather-related disasters. Oh, this is Public Law 94-490, 94th Congress.
Yeah.
Did my mic went out? Hold on. I gotta set this up. I'm gonna read that act real quick before I jet.
We can hear you.
I know. I'm
That's
gonna.
fine.
Yeah, but it's gonna go out. I know it is. I gotta set this up a certain way. Here we are. Beep.
Oh, okay.
I got it. All right. So.
I haven't heard any problems so often.
All right. This is Public Law 94-490, October 13th, 1976. Public Law, I said 94-490, 94th Congress. An act to authorize and direct the Secretary of Commerce to develop a national policy on weather modification and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that this act may be cited as the National Weather Modification Policy Act of 1976. Section 2, Declaration of Policy. A, findings. The Congress finds and declares the following. 1, weather-related disasters and hazards, including drought, hurricanes, tornadoes, hail, lightning, fog, floods, and frost, result in substantial human suffering and loss of life, billions of dollars of annual economic losses to owners of crops and other property, and substantial financial loss to the United States Treasury. 2, weather modification technology has significant potential for preventing, diverting, moderating, and ameliorating the adverse effects of such disasters and hazards, and enhancing crop production and the availability of water. 3, the interstate nature of climatic and related phenomena, the severe economic hardships experienced as a result of occasional drought and other adverse meteorological conditions, and the existing role and responsibilities of the federal government with respect to disaster relief, require appropriate federal action to prevent or alleviate such disasters and hazards. And 4, weather modification programs may have long-range and unexpected effects on existing climatic patterns, which are not confined by national boundaries. B, purpose. It is therefore declared to be the purpose of the Congress and this act to develop a comprehensive and coordinated national weather modification policy and a national program of weather modification research and development. 1, to determine the means by which deliberate weather modification can be used at the present time to decrease the adverse impact of weather on agriculture, economic growth, and the general public welfare, and to determine the potential for weather modification. 2, To conduct research into those scientific areas considered most likely to lead to practical techniques for drought prevention or alleviation and other forms of deliberate weather modification. 3. To develop practical methods and devices for weather modification. 4. To make weather modification research findings available to interested parties. 5. To assess the economic, social, environmental, and legal impact of an operational weather modification program. 6. To develop both national and international mechanisms designed to minimize conflicts which may arise with respect to the peaceful use of weather modification. There's nothing peaceful about it. And, let me get to the second page. And, I don't know, it says 7. And to integrate the results of existing experience and studies in weather modification activities into model codes and agreements for regulation of domestic and international weather modification activities. 15. Now, this is section 3 definitions. 15 UCS 330 note. As used in this act, 1. The term secretary means the Secretary of Commerce. 2. The term state means any state of the United States, the District of Columbia, or any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States. 3. The term weather modification means any activity performed with the intention and expectation of producing changes in precipitation, wind, fog, lightning, and other atmospheric phenomena. Section 4, study. The Secretary shall conduct a comprehensive investigation and study of the state of scientific knowledge concerning weather modification, the present state of development of weather modification technology, the problems impeding effective implementation of weather modification technology, and other related matters. Such study shall include 1. A review and analysis of the present and past research efforts to establish practical weather modification technology, particularly as it relates to reducing loss of life in crop and property destruction. 2. A review and analysis of research needs in weather modification to establish areas in which more research could be expected to yield the greatest return in terms of practical weather modification technology. 3. A review and analysis of existing studies to establish the probable economic importance to the United States in terms of agriculture production, energy, and related economic factors if the present weather modification technology were to be effectively implemented. 4. An assessment of legal, social, and ecological implications of expanded and effective research and operational weather modification projects. 5. Formulation of one or more options for a model regulatory code for domestic weather modification activities. Such code to be based on a review and analysis of experience and studies in this area and to be adaptable to state and national needs. 6. Recommendations concerning legislation desirable at all levels of government to implement a national weather modification policy and program. 7. A review of the international importance and implications of weather modification activities by the United States. 8. A review and analysis of present and past funding for weather modification from all sources to determine the sources and adequacy of funding in the light of the needs of the nation. And 9. A review and analysis of the purpose, policy, methods, and fundings of the federal departments and agencies involved in weather modification and the existing interagency coordination of weather modification research efforts. 10. A review and analysis of the necessity and feasibility of negotiating an international agreement concerning the peaceful uses of weather modification, and 11. Formulation of one or more options for a model international agreement concerning the peaceful uses of weather modification and the regulation of national weather modification activities, and a review and analysis of the necessity and feasibility of negotiating such an agreement. Section 5, the last one. Report. A. In general, the Secretary shall prepare and submit to the President and the Congress within 1 year after the date of enactment of this act a final report on the findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the study conducted pursuant to Section 4. Such report shall include 1. A summary of the findings made with respect to each of the areas of investigation specified in Section 4. 2. Other findings which are pertinent to the determination and implementation of a national policy on weather modifications. 3. A recommended national policy on weather modifications and a recommended national weather modification research and development program, which is consistent with and likely to contribute to achieving the objective of such policy. 4. Recommendations for levels of federal funding sufficient to support adequately a national weather modification research and development program. 5. Recommendations for any changes in the organization and involvement of federal departments and agencies in weather modification, which may be needed to implement effectively the recommended national policy on weather modification and the recommended research and development program. And 6. Recommendations for any regulatory and other legislation which may be required to implement such policy and program, or for any international agreement which may be appropriate concerning the peaceful uses of weather modification, including recommendations concerning the dissemination, refinement, and possible implementation of the model domestic code and international agreement developed under the specifications of Section 4. Each department, agency, and other instrumentality of the federal government is authorized and directed to furnish the Secretary any information which the Secretary deems necessary to carry out his functions under this Act. B. Operation and consolation. The Secretary shall solicit and consider the views of state agencies, private firms, institutions of higher learning, and other interested persons and governmental entities in the conduct of the study required by Section 4 and in the preparation of the report required by subsection A. Section 6. Authorization for appropriations. A. There is authorized to be appropriated to the Secretary for the 15 Secretary for the purpose of carrying out provisions of this act not to exceed $1 million. Now we're going to get into money. It's the last one. And B, Section 6 of the Act entitled, An Act to Provide for the reporting of weather modification activities to the federal government approved December 18th, 1971. 85 statute 736, 88 statute 1212, under 15 use SC, the U.S. Corporation, USC, United States Corporation, is further amended by striking out 1973, 74, 75, 76, and 77, and inserting in lieu, LIEU, and inserting in lieu thereof 1973 through 1980, approved October 13th, 1976. Interesting. So that crap gives them the okay to terrorize people with weather? I think not. Yeah, everyone disappeared.
Oh, bastards.
It's all good. So I'm about to end it
not
anyway.
everybody disappeared. I mean, the people that did that.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it more. There's got to be more to that. There's got to be more to it than that. What?
Isn't that interesting, though?
Yeah, that these people can make that shit up and just do what they want. They just create whatever they want when they want. So they said the peaceful weather modification. There's nothing peaceful about creating tornadoes and destroying our crops. I want to look into the Food Modification Act. There's got to be one. If there's a weather modification,
I'm sure
they made
there
a food. Is. We got to look for that next time.
Look, they started making GMO crops and corn and shit. Monsanto, man. Look up when Monsanto started fucking coming out. That's probably when it happened.
Well, like I said before, man, I like this dude over there in Russia who made it so you're a terrorist if you grow that stuff. And that's what the people here need to put their fucking foot down, dude. You know what I mean, dude? Dude. Hey, dude.
Dude.
Where's dude? Everyone left. They said, fuck that cracker Chuck.
It's fucked up.
I like the number 3. That's the Trinity. Man, woman, and child.
It's Kimba and Paula.
No, it's Faceplant, Paula, and Mind's Eye.
That's okay. Hey, guys.
I like your new,
short.
I can't even think today, man. And Mark Basket's here.
Let them get another short.
No,
trailer?
I can't even think, bro. What the fuck, man? Avatar, Mind's Eye. I couldn't think of that word.
Oh.
I like your new Avatar.
This is an old one where I was yanking this motor and tranny out of this Dakota frame here. We were using a Bobcat. I winded up right in there. Oh, Mind's Eye.
Yeah. He's got a new one.
I haven't seen it yet.
That's your new one? Yeah. What's that up? That's one of them engine lifts. Is that on the truck? The engine lift. Would you put the engine lift on a tow truck?
No, it's on a Bobcat, bro. Is it? Or did we use the truck? No, that's the Bobcat. No, we used the Bobcat because I remember I was like riding it in the air like a fucking, like the motor and tranny was a fucking mechanical bull, and I was trying to jump the frame off from underneath it. It eventually worked.
You ever watch the show? You ever watch the show Hoodstocks? I put in my commentary. He said he was yanking a tranny. In my commentary page, I put, you got to listen to that video that I put. I like Hoodstocks, man. It's a good show. It has a lot of Mexican G's, and they talk about the hardships of being in the gangs, and they have the most militant program though. The Mexicans, don't fuck with them, bro. They'll light your whole world up.
Yeah.
There's Mexicans, and I heard that's a racist word to call them Mexicans, but there's Mexicans in Alaska, in the prisons and everywhere. Smart crops. We're fucked, man. Like I can't even believe we as people allow most of this stuff that goes on. Like, what the fuck happened to this country, man? Like, we just let anything go now. People are so materialized. Nothing matters. Like, hey John, they're poisoning our water. So I don't drink it anyway.
What
That's
can
how
I do
people
about
are.
it?
What am I
Joe.
supposed to do about it? I'm about to leave to go to the damn mine. Sure, I'll cook for them. I said yes.
When are you when you gotta leave?
When I decide to.
What do you
I'm
what do you
cook
got?
some breakfast for the dogs first.
No, I'm saying, when are you leaving Alaska?
Oh. Somewhere between 2 and 3 months from now. 2 to 3 months. Probably 3 months from now. But I'm shooting for 2. Yeah, I'm gonna run into some of my S10 people down in the lower 48. There's a couple guys that I've been talking to. Because I'm on an S10 page and Facebook and stuff, and I'm gonna V8 swap my truck and have some pro S10 guys help me and shit. And yeah, man, make my truck a fucking power cruiser and power cruise my ass across America, bro. I can get a lot of parts and shit down south like way cheaper than up here, man. Like everything's fucking like 3 times cheaper in the lower 48 than up here, man. So I can get the whole setup that I would normally pay like fucking $3,000 for up here. I could get it for $800 down there. So, you know, it's perfect time for me to fix up my truck when it's cheap. And I'll have the extra money because I'm getting it out of the ground right now, bro. Thank you, Mother Earth.
Base plan. We got to talk about that. I don't know how I'm going to get a hold of you, but next time you're up, I'll give you my phone number in the private chat. And you can call me and we'll talk about, because, man, I was meant to travel and you know, damn, but that means I have to go to Canada. How am I going to get in Canada? I have to get a stupid passport.
Yeah. Yeah. But not really. Like, there's where are you trying to go to? Up here?
No, not that far. I don't know where it is.
I'll be set up and ready for you actually next year, where like I could pay for your plane ticket or anything, I think. We got to sell these coins, man. We have $800,000 worth of coins, Charles, to sell. I'm not even kidding. You want to make some money, bro? I can send you a bunch of pictures and coins and shit. Yeah, I'll give you 20% commission. I'm not even kidding. These coins will blow your mind. You'll be like, what? Are you serious? You have those for sale? I can get 20% commission? All right, bro. I got like $400,000 coins I need to sell. I got a couple $250,000 coins for sale. I'll give you a 20% commission, bro, if you sell them.
If I can sell them?
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. You guys ever know me to be a bullshitter?
Well,
Live a
over
dream,
here
bro.
in my city, there's a coin store, and I could stop in there and show him the pictures and see if he's interested.
I'm not even kidding. Hold on, Charles. Look, I'm about to photobomb your ass.
Don't send me hundreds of them because my memory's
won't.
low, but
I'm gonna send you.
I have to transfer some
I'm
of
gonna
my
send you a
pictures.
picture of Ivan holding up all his fucking coins, bro, in his little box, and he's just sitting there cheesing because it's 800K in his hands, and then
Good
a
for
few
him.
other ones that are badass.
I got an
I'm gonna probably
$800,000 crystal.
All right, this one right here, bro. I just sent you. It's the front and the back of it. All right, that one alone is worth like 16K.
I'm worth 16K.
I'll take fucking 7 for it. You see what I mean? Like you get what you get, and then I just need 7 out of that. Oh, I didn't send fucking Ivan.
Wow. 1999. I don't remember that coin. That's a dollar coin. The Eagle.
Rare coin. Very rare coins. Hold on.
PSI MS7. 70, I mean. What do they go up to? 100?
Bro,
So a
we even
PS 70 would be a 7. Hey, I know
We even
that guy.
Yeah.
I also have an eBay account that has some points on there.
Yeah, well, they got like amazing coins, bro. Oh, here we go. All right, bro. These coins right here. All right, man. These 2 coins right here each are worth $100,000 each. Look them up. Yeah, man. 20%. Not even kidding, dude.
For pure giggles and kicks.
No, it's just money that we need for traveling and for mining. We're going to take this money and do commercial mining. That's what we're selling them for. And I get to take some of them with me and just get to take them and sell them and split the money with Ivan. He's just going to give me
I'll
some
see what
coins
I could do.
Split the money that I make with him. Like, so if I sold that one for 7, I would send Ivan 4, you know. He'd be happy.
Fuck. I don't want to go to the store.
Well, we need startup money, you know, and this is our way of getting startup money. This is our plan. Ivan's been planning on doing this for a long time. Now we got guys, and I got 2 guys at my site right now, you know, 2 guys that I brought in, just me, because I've been bringing me in. Now my job is to bring in guys and organize that, and that's what, you know, I've been doing. So we're expanding.
Hey, Mark Basket, you like Mike Trout? I just got a Mike Trout gold card in my 2022. I bought this box of, hold on. Hope some of these rookie cards will go up in price. I bought a box of 2022 Topps Archives, which suck, in my opinion. But the insert card was a gold Mike Trout. And, yeah. Short. Then I bought some of these Topps 2023. I like the design, but all the rookies I got suck ball sacks. Oh, it's not gold, it's silver. It's more or less like the insert.
All right, bro. I'm sending you a bunch more pictures, like 8. It's a couple more coins. Go show these to that coin shop, man. See what they say. Watch their fucking jaws hit the ground.
Hold on. They might not.
No, I know they will. These aren't even on the market, bro. These are
You're
coins
sending me too many pictures.
Oh, am I? My bad. I didn't see any more than that. Well, that's what you need to go to the coin shop with. And like for real, those dudes, they're gonna. Oh, that's sick, dude. I like that. It's in good shape.
What is it? Michael Jordan's rookie? Man, I hope you find them damn Ken Griffey's for me, bro. Told you I'd buy them. I need those two to complete my all his rookies. That was my favorite player growing up. You know who else is going to go in the Hall of Fame? Joey Votto. I got his rookie card. And also, what's his name? For the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, I got your soon.
Best rookie card I got was this Red Sox rookie. I got like 30 rookie cards. Yeah, that Red Sox pitcher. What's his name? Brian Bello. It's the best one. No, actually, that's not. It's a lie. I got it. Astros. But other than that, all the other rookie cards I got, they don't look too promising. Now that baseball's rigged and all this, for the most part, you never know what you're going to get. Yeah, don't forget, Mark. Try to get me those Griffies. 89. It's upper deck, 89 upper deck, and 89 Bowman. The big Bowman one. Wow. I should have never got rid of my Jordan rookie. Baseball rookies.
Appreciate that with seconds because the computer just went. I'm trying to get replacement for it.
Yeah. And then I got rid of my 2018. I had a 2018 set, bro. I had all the good rookies. I was an idiot. I had not Juan Soto. What's the dude's name from the Nationals?
Han
Solo. It was Juan Soto. Him. It had Mike Trout. Oh no, Trout's 2010. It had Aaron Rodgers. Anyway, it had all the good rookies, but I had the two good dudes from the Braves too.
It's back when baseball
It's
was
hard.
good. It sucks.
Baseball was good in the 90s. They had all the good players. That's when baseball was baseball. Now, since I would say 2000, I would say around 2000, they started rigging everything for the most part. Like when it's crazy when they have a hurricane, then that team wins the World Series that year. It's like, come on, bro. They always said in the Roman circus or the Greek circus, they give them a show and some bread, and it'll shut them up. And it's true. Motherfuckers will burn cars when their team wins or loses the World Series, but when they take our rights in increments, they just shut the fuck up and do nothing. It's ass backwards. They're taking our rights. Oh, well, my team lost the World Series. Burn it down. Fucking idiots. Bunch of fucking cloned robots. Yeah, you're right. You know why? Because the 80s cards and the 90s for the most
was badass.
And the problem with the old cards are they were cut by hand, so that most of them ain't even cut perfectly. So to get
You know what I like about my 83 though, bro?
hold on, to get a 10, you gotta buy a lot of cards, bro. Like if you want a good 10 where it's cut even, that's very hard to find in the 80s and 90s. Go ahead.
I like my 83 because it's easy as fuck to work on. My parts are super cheap. Mine was Z-parted. You know what that is?
We're talking about baseball cards.
Oh shit! I'm talking about cards.
I'm like, what? Engines? Yeah, I got Ricky Henderson's rookie, Kirby Puckett. I got some good ones. Wade Boggs. I want my Clemens back.
That's when the baseball was the best thing, man. Was the 80s and 90s, bro.
Yeah, but they overproduced the cards. You could buy 80s. I a 1990.
There was like a card fad then, all kinds of shit. You could buy all kinds of cards then.
I bought the
It was
1990
like the popular thing that was
Tops.
selling, you know, so they made a lot.
I got the 89 Upper Deck set. I'm just missing that Griffey rookie. I got a score set. And I bought the score set just to have it because I like the way it looks. And then I started buying these they were called young superstars. They were the you know, when the set comes out, you get series 1 and 2, and then they make a traded set.
Yeah.
They'll have series 1 and 2, and then they'll come out with a traded set for all the traded or the rookies. Those are the best sets to get because they have a lot of rookies in them. But yeah, like Mark said, a lot of the rookies ain't even worth that much. Because they're just so overproduced and they're shit. A lot of them ain't even. That's why I don't care if you get. I'm not trying to get the Griffies to sell them. I just want to complete my Griffey rookie set. I got all these rookies right here by Griffey. I got his score. What's this? Flair. This one is Donruss. That's his minor league card. Another score. That's just some Griffey. This is his Tops rookie. That's a Jordan card I got. And then some other Griffey card. I got more rookies in my drawer. I just threw that together. I even made a thing of all the 80s old wax packs. I made a little frame with them. I remember when cards were like 25 cents a wax pack. I used to go with my mom, and that was expensive back then. I gotta burn some sage.
Bro, I'll keep some of that in my dash in my truck now. I keep my sage bundle in my dash. I burn it in my truck.
So many cards.
Bro, that's funny you say that. I just burned some just like 2 days ago in my truck, bro, while I was down in Seward fishing. Caught a fish after I burned it, too. It was weird.
Yeah, OPG. That's another version of Donruss, I think, if I'm not mistaken. OPG was another version of, Donruss.
Bro, if you ever come up here, I'm going to take you down to Seward to go fishing for salmon out in the ocean. It's sick. You can, like, wade out, like, 40, 50 feet into the ocean with waders. It's fucking badass. You snag them.
I got this card. It's a fuck up. I don't know how I got it, but they colored the thing red instead of blue, and his name spelled wrong, and they put the wrong team. And I got this card. And I have some OPGs. OPGs are actually, if you get some good ones, they're worth a few bucks. OPG, they did a lot of hockey. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna blow your mind. Ha 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 ha! Here we go. There you go, Dom. OPG. I knew they did hockey. I actually got a nice rookie card out of here.
Very true.
It's hockey.
Back in the days of Bobby Orr and Gordie Howe and the boys, those were probably more limited back in those days. Maybe even safety guns.
I got a couple good rookies from hockey, like what was that goalie's name? I got Mario Lemieux. There's some guy that paid for the Penguins. I forgot his name.
Fleury? No, not Fleury.
I think it is Lemieux.
Lemieux.
And then Mark something. I don't know. I like the old school hockey when the Whalers were around, and Hartford Whalers.
I love it. Golden Seals. There was even a team called the Golden Seals. California Golden Seals.
You used to collect hockey?
Just upper deck stuff. I used to actually collect commemorative sheets. The ones when people used to be handed out at sporting events. or what they call when they do draft days and all that. I got thousands of them actually. I used to trade with a bunch of guys throughout the States for those things.
Shit, the sheets, yeah, they're not cut. I know someone that has, like, I don't know the person, but I seen it on YouTube. He had sheets of cards.
Oh, you're talking about cards. No, I'm talking about like pictures. They're like sheets, and you would have them, and they would actually even have individual numbers on. And I used to collect the hero sets and the promo cards. Like I don't got it, but the basketball promo one was what Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
Nice.
To get those ones, I think for hockey was Patrick Waugh and Wayne Gretzky actually.
Wayne Gretzky. That would be a nice rookie card to have. Shit.
I would have to get them out of my spokes.
Let's see.
My bug spokes. How many times people had all those cards?
Yeah, none of these players. Matthew Perrault played for the Canadian. He's from Drummondville, Quebec. He's a left wing for the, what the heck, the Maple Leafs? No, that's not the Maple Leafs. It's got a jet.
Winnipeg Jets?
Is that the Winnipeg Jets? Yeah, the Winnipeg Jets, yep. And then John Tavares from the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's from Mississauga, Ontario, or something like that.
Close to me. Yep, Mississauga,
Ontario. I'm not too familiar with hockey, but I bought the pack because I had that day I was buying cards. The pack was cheap, and I had a few dollars left, so I said, let me buy this pack. I got one good rookie card.
Every dude had all kinds of decks, like Pokemon decks, old TV series, even the Illuminati card deck. Get that.
Oh, shit.
Gotta have that.
Oh, here it is. All right, I'll tell you the rookie. Brett Hull, I got a couple of his good ones. Not his rookie, though. Let's see, where is this guy? Soccer. What the heck? Maybe I put it in plastic. Mark Marcier, Brett Hull. Oh, those are good. Wes Waltz from the Bruins. I got a lot of Bruins, but Sean Burke from the Hartford Whalers, man. I don't know why they moved from Hartford. That was a stupid move. Mario Lemieux. Another good player. Brett Hull. I already said that. Jason Allison. I don't know who that is. Pat LaFontaine. He's a good hockey player. Mark Marcier.
Craig Charles. Are some of them in clubs, maybe?
Huh?
Could be. Are some of them in clubs? Possibility. Sport athletes in clubs. Besides the sports club that they play for. Are they in clubs?
Patrick Waugh. He was another good one.
Hey guys, I need to get off here. I gotta get going. I gotta start getting ready for the day, and I need to make my dogs some breakfast. They're getting hungry.
Enjoy yourself, AK.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Peace, AK. Thanks for coming
Thanks
through.
for having me. Let me up, Charles. It was fun coming up and talking. Yeah, man. I enjoyed coming. I stop in when I can, man. I just your channels, Matt's, and my buddy Kenny's channel, and Bear. That's the only places I'll be going anymore. But you're one of the last 4 channels I go to, brother. I'll keep coming through, man. When I can, I'll be coming through a lot more when I'm done mine, and I'll be able to hang out, once a day or something, again, like I was. So.
And I'll see what I could do with those coins.
Yeah, man. Seriously, for real. So those are the coin places. Those are legit shit, man. Like big boy shit, bro.
Yeah.
Shit's not even on the market. It's so high. Like those ratings, some of those coins, those guys are gonna see them and shit themselves because the shit's not on the market, bro. Shit that nice is not on the market.
All right.
Breaking coin records and shit.
I'll see what I could do.
Phenomenal collection here that we're getting rid of, but You know, it's Ivan's retirement, so you know that's why we're getting rid of it. He's gonna use that money and go live in the Philippines and just drink beer on the beach and shit. You know, you know, have a good time down there, get massages and stuff every day, and just really relax, take care of himself. You know, that's his plan, and I don't fucking blame him. Sounds like a good plan. So, plus I get money from it, so it's helping me and whoever helps me gets commission.
Yeah, I'll
Everyone
let you
gets
know.
paid down kind of thing. It's great. Yeah, for sure, man. All right, much love, everybody. Whoever's listening still, much love. Everybody's here, and everybody that wasn't here, you know, was here earlier. You guys know me. Anyways, later, guys. Much love.
How the fuck did this happen? I had some Muslim oil. It looked like it spilled it. What the hell was I gonna say before you said something? Damn it, man! I hate when that happens. Oh, it was what Can of Dummy said. Yeah, baseball field is a square and compass. Yeah, and it's also a ritual. I forgot I said this before. The crack of the bat is the thunder. I think the people in the crowd are the angels, or something like that. And it's a whole bunch. I had this thing on the ritual of baseball, but I can't find it. This is back in like 2015 when Google, you could actually find stuff. Now it seems they scrubbed it clean. Google. I hate Google. I hate it. Google, Chrome, it's all the same. And what's the other one I was using? DuckDuckGo. That one's trash too. They're all been scrubbed. I don't personally think there's any search engine that hasn't been scrubbed. All these old documents you used to be able to find, it's so hard to find them. They buried everything or erased it. Probably erased it. Book burning. Yep, gotta have them in plastic. I got tons of cards. I got a set that I put in plastic. My mother bought it as the year Derek Jeter's rookie. I think it was 93 Upper Deck. My mother got it for my birthday. I put it in plastic that day. It went from the box to the plastics, and it's never been taken out. None of them. They're still in plastic.
So in a funny way, we become like Europeans that put plastic over their furniture. I gotta buy that collector's item of a magazine or a comic, and I gotta put it in plastic. But I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna buy that book. I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna collect that doll, and I'm gonna put it in some sort of plastic. I'm not gonna really play with it.
Yeah, right.
I get it. We make it a collector's item, but what is it based on? You know, it's like when gold increases, it really actually doesn't increase the value that you base it on. Which
Decreases.
Decreases. You got it. So who knows? Especially now when they're talking about this digital system where it's an expiry date on it, people won't be able to save. And if they do save, what is it going to be worth 5 years down the road when it keeps deflating slowly? So
yeah, I tell people, you got a card that says it's worth $100, and I always tell people, A, you're not getting $100, and B, you'll be lucky to get 40. It's like a pawn shop. When you sell to someone, they're gonna chew you down, and they're not gonna give you nowhere near what it's worth. They're all like pawn shops. It's a fucking joke. And nowadays, you can't just get a Beckett price guide and be like, oh, I got a card that's worth. No. You got to send it to a third party and have them grade the freaking thing and put it in plastic. Because you and the buyer can't come up with a price. The buyer isn't smart enough to look at the card and to see if there's dents or creases and then lower the price. You have to go to a third party. It's ridiculous.
Well, Charles, we're still playing the game where, you know, think about somebody coming to a bunch of native people and say, here's this piece of paper. It's a value. And then he's okay, well, come back. Okay, Charles, Dominic, come back. And then we'll tell you what we used it for. And then we come back a week later. Oh, we try to hunt with it. No good. We try to use it to line our boats. No good. We try to feed it to animals. No good. So the same with sports cards, whether sports card, you know, what else are there? There's like Pokemon cards, anything like that. You can even throw in a collectible doll. You take those things and say, okay, what can I do with it? You know what I mean? Like, it really has no value. It just reinforces the ideal that we think it brings value. So it goes back to, how does it serve me? Now, you could exchange that quickly for a piece of paper. So now you went from something valueless to something even more valueless. So now what do you do with it? Can you purchase something that somebody got from the land where he raised cattle, or they grew crops on that? You know, again, that's valuable when it comes to the vessel, but for the mind, it likes to be entertained. Oh yeah, that piece of paper is worth a lot. Look at it; it's 4 coins, or it has a dent on it, or it doesn't have a dent on it, but it's a collectibles island. Well, last time I remember, everything's collectible. Even taking in information is collectible. You can consume it, you can collect it, you can put dust on it before it actually does it by itself. You know, it is fun. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but then we reinforce the conditioning. Well, I got this crystal. It's worth a lot of money. No, the crystal energy is worth a lot to one person if they know how to consume it, let alone actually use it as a conduit. But overall, it's the same thing. Well, it's worth a lot of money. Okay, what are we basing it on? The yen? Are we basing it on? Hey, let's base it on the Venezuelan currency. Oh, didn't it collapse? Yeah, let's do it on that. Well, what about the Canadian currency? Ah, yeah, that's paper money. Like literally different kinds of paper money, which is fun. I'm not here to disenchant people, Charles.
No, it's true. Like, I thought a collectible was like, in order to be a collectible, there had to be like 2 in the whole world, or the most 10, you know, not 120 million of the same cards, and people be like, oh, I got a collectible. It's the most printed card in the world. It's like, that ain't collectible. It's not worth shit.
Hey, I got this snowflake. I froze it last year. I've got it in the storage. It's collectible. There's not another snowflake identical to it. And then you got to convince everybody else around you that it's valuable. There's the program.
You gotta find that buyer that is willing to pay.
Well, you actually you first have to condition them.
Yep. That's what I'm telling AK about the coins. I'm like, bro, you gotta find someone to buy them first, you know?
Another sucker.
Yeah. Like, I buy cards here and there, but other than that, I know for the most part. Like, I used to think I had so many cards worth big money. I didn't even know you had to get them graded. And then I started to talk to this baseball card shop owner, and he was giving me, you know, some wisdom. And I'm like, all these years, I thought I was investing in something good. Nope. You know, you got to get like an autographed rookie card that's in mint condition, and then find a buyer, and you might get, you know, lucky.
Well, this is the trick. You can't take land from a tribe of people that understand stewarding it. So what you do is you got to convince them they can own it, and then only then you can take it from them. So it's the same with you're using as an example, Charles, collectible. You can only convince a whole bunch of people that's valuable once you brainwash them or condition them. Oh, it's valuable. Okay, so what about that nail? Oh, but that's not valuable. But doesn't it prove you could make it valuable? Sure you can. I need a nail. Well, I got to build a house. Okay. But how many nails now do you need? It's the same with cards. I get it. It's fun to collect. People collect books. Doesn't mean they read it. You know, there now we look at the back of those hockey cards and say, oh, look at those stats. Those are amazing. In his rookie year, he scored 3 goals. Wow. That's like a baseball player. Here's one. Here's like a baseball player. Not to take away from their craft. They hit the ball 3 out of 10 times. That's actually a good stat. But meanwhile, imagine talking to a surgeon and he says, well, yeah, 3 out of 10 patients come on my table. They survive. Fuck, I'm not with you, buddy.
3 out of 10 is actually pretty bad to me.
Well, it is. But for another sport, in this case, like baseball, that's actually a good average. You see how we work stats.
Yeah.
So
I used to do that. I used to memorize the stats and be like, you know, I was into baseball when I was younger. Look at the back of the cards and just memorize players' stats. And I look back like, what a waste of time that was. But I was a child. But still,
but
why couldn't I memorize something else?
But yet, if you work in the stock market or into arbitrage is when they just play with currency and the fluctuation of it, you would have to see, because looking at stats teaches patterns. So it's like when people say reason or rhyme. Rhyme means pattern. So a person might not be able to have reason, but they can see the patterns in those things. So for you, learning about that, and then you were in a field such as statistician, it would be of service. No different if you were in a stock market. There's patterns into those things. Whether or not there's people behind it that are manipulating it, it's still patterns.
Yeah, there's patterns and symbols too. I'm real good at synchronizing symbols.
And you see those things, whether you see it with your eye or you just visualize it, which would still be the eye. You know, some people sense it and they just put it in, some people can put it in words, some people can put it in a different kind of version, like art form. Still fun.
But yeah, I'm about to close down. I got to go to the store. I've been procrastinating.
Enjoy yourself. Thank you again, Charles, for allowing me to be here. I was hearing most of the time from a distance. I was helping my neighbor, so I had my headphones on. So, but thank you.
Anytime, Dominic. You're always welcome here, man. You say some powerful stuff that if anyone watches this video, they'll definitely pick up some good information.
They might even be agitated. Maybe that'll test their enchantment. I'll leave you my text number in that private chat. You're more than welcome anytime, and this way we can chit chat even, Charles, beyond this.
Okay. Oh no. Damn it. I erased Phil's number without even fucked up. Forgot all about it. Oh well. Of course, the private chat don't leave anything back here, which sucks. I don't know why.
I will send you. I got his too. Since you already talked to him, I'll leave it in the back chat too for you if you want.
All right, let me put this number into my phone. Quick.
That's the second one is Phil's. I'm sure I didn't misplace the numbers. Yeah, it's the exact number.
What the hell? All right. Why does it have that in it? It won't let me erase it. No. Oh, all right. Why won't it let me?
Did you get it, Charles?
Phone. And no, okay. All right. Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Why is
Anytime. The community might grow actually privately now, opposed to just us openly, publicly airing all our grievances. That's when it becomes more of a problematic if people really worry about who those people are. It's like when they did all the protests with Martin Luther King. It just gave an opportunity for whoever the elites were to figure out who's actually doing all the stuff underground.
Yeah.
Should be
I think that might have been a stage, like a fake death. Martin Luther King might have been.
It could be. Well, have anybody really seen the body of Robin Williams, Michael Jackson, if that was even the real Michael Jackson, or Prince? Have we really seen his body? Who knows where they go? It's
Right.
a possibility, you know. But I get it. People want to play the ideal of death, but the only thing we see is the absence of something from that vessel. That's all we see. Even that, I don't think some people can actually see the aura or whatever you want to call it, the orb maybe.
This guy showed a video. He was sitting next to his father, and he was in the hospital, and he was recording. And you could see his father take his last breath, and then not even a second later, you see this little light orb. The room was dark, and this little baby orb started to float up from the guy. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. That little orb. I said, hey, it could be real. I'm not going to doubt the guy. But
that weightless amount, I've seen that with like a couple of pets, where I get a like a light over top of them or a dimming of a light. So then I think, okay, and then I notice something a day later, something occurs. So, but it's hard to describe to other people, even when people are able to capture it. You know, how can we wrap ourselves around that? You know?
Death. Death is really birth. Birth is death. It's one and the same.
Unless we got it backwards, and outside is actually what's called death, and the inside is what's might be called life, or just another receiver from another place. We literally could be a video game within a video game, and there's some other kind of being, maybe a form of a child in a little school playing us, you know, for 1 or 2 lifespans.
Somebody said when you go outside, you're really going inside. When you go in your building, you're going outside. I don't know how true that is, but if someone said that, I was like, what? Peace, Obama. What?
Well, I'm not going to hold you up, Charles, because I know you like, as you put the word procrastinate, maybe you're just looking for a sweeter moment to leave. Enjoy yourself, okay, my friend?
Have a good day. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah.
And peace to everyone in the chat. As always, I don't want to close out, but I have to go do a few things, and I just want to get them over with. But I might go live later. I already read that. I read about the Copyright Act at the beginning of the video. I think I did I didn't do the freedom of speech. And then I read about the Weather Modification Act of 1976. Which was a little while ago. And the beginning of the video is the Copyright Act of 1976. And for the most part, we're being duped. You know, the Copyright Act says you can use people's material, but it can't be for money gain. It has to be for educational purposes only. If people don't believe me, check the beginning of the video, then go look it up. You'll see. But peace to everybody. Appreciate everyone, and I'll check y'all next time, man. Peace.